Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of the VGL Spring Split. My name is Scoundrel, and I will be joined by Tasty Bacon and Humanist tonight to cover all of the Challenger games that we have coming your way. We have the round 3 winners bracket, I believe. I will just double check, but yeah, round 3 winners bracket, 2 rounds from that, and then we've got round 3 and round 4 of the losers bracket coming your way as well. Loads and loads of exciting games to get underway with. Now, first, I should introduce my casters, and you've seen him off every broadcast so far, so I'm going to say hello to Humanist first. My friend, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well, sir. Happy to be here, and excited to see how things are going to progress.
Absolutely, and we replaced him with Dowsey temporarily, but Tasty Bacon is back and ready to rumble. My friend, how are you doing as well?
I'm doing excellent. Looking forward to getting some more VGL Challengers action. Now that we're getting deeper in, get to see how these top challenger teams face up against each other.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of the games, let's just have a quick look at the schedule that we have for tonight. Let's bring it up on your screen now. We'll have Oblivion Lost versus Pro Trumps first. We'll then have Team Queso versus Helldivers. That's a big game to watch out for. Team Queso, obviously a very big organization now, newly into the Vainglory scene. I think we did a challenger spotlight on them. So if you're interested more about the team, more behind them, go and check them out on VaingloryLeague.com. There is a full challenger spotlight that Tomek and everybody behind Vainglory League put together for them. So all the information behind that team is on the website, and they will be coming up second on the stream again. They are still in the winners bracket. They are winners round 3, so that organization really doing some good work. And then we're going to have some losers bracket matches. We're going to have Element Team Ice versus THN Envy, and I believe we've actually focused on THN Envy every single week so far, or rather every single day. I think we've been seeing them on stream. And then we'll have another losers bracket that will be confirmed later on tonight as the last game of the day. There's lots of action coming our way, and I've got 2 wonderful casters to help me get through it. And I can't wait to sort of dive straight in. I believe we are waiting on the teams to be ready for draft. So just before we do that, I will tell you about the quick giveaway that we have going on here at the Vainglory League Challenger Series. And of course, it is that Elgato HD60S that we are giving away. Well, two of them rather, over the course of the split. Go and check out vaingloryleague.com/giveaway for your chance to enter and get involved, as well as weekly 9,000 ice giveaways, loads and loads of ice. Get your hands on your favourite heroes, your favourite skins, all courtesy of vaingloryleague.com. And obviously we enjoy all of you being here, whether you're watching us through Twitch, Mobcrush, Facebook, or YouTube. Yeah, there we go, got all four of them. We're doing a 4 broadcast system today, so making sure we can get to as many of you as possible. Now I'm just going to get the confirmation that we're ready to go in draft, and we are. So there we go. We are straight into the draft phase. This is where I bring in my wonderful, wonderful companions, Humanist and Tasty Bacon, to help me run through this. And looks like bans are being thought of by Oblivion Lost here.
We may have to stop the draft because I'm definitely not in the lobby.
You are definitely not in the lobby. Okay, we will just double check. Maybe if you reload your if you reload your client, Tasty, you might be able to get in. But I will just.
I was never invited to the party.
Oh, you were never invited to the party. We actually forgot to invite Tasty Bacon to the party. That is.
So it's like your childhood.
Pretty much. I can already feel the love coming from the Vainglory League admins already.
Oh, don't worry, Tasty Bacon. We can never usually forget about you. Now we are back into draft phase. Very, very quickly. Usually, I'll refrain from using that word in the future when we're describing forgetting about Tasty Bacon. Lyra has been banned straight away. No surprises there, and actually going to be looking like a response to the Lance ban from Pro Trumps.
My goodness, back to single ban. I'm gonna have to rework my my whole perspective here real quick. This is really interesting. This lets so many strong picks get through. Lance banned out. Adagio's definitely a go-to pick for probably the majority of teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is even kind of mirroring what we saw in Vainglory 8 this past weekend. If one or two of those Lyra or Adagio are available, they're almost always going to be a priority pick.
So what do you do right here? Glaive Ringo?
I don't know if you take Glaive Ringo right off the bat. They're actually going to take Fortress. Glaive Ringo would be strong, but they want the Fortress, so that one could be interesting.
Yeah, Fortress Ringo, definitely a little bit of an old school comp coming together right here. The Fortress, I like into the Adagio. It pretty much negates the healing coming out.
Looks like waiting for a response here from Oblivion Lost. Going to be a potential Catherine, who I'm surprised we haven't seen more of her on update 2.2 with all the buffs that she did receive. But obviously there are a lot of other roam or captain heroes that have been very sort of up there above Catherine. But it looks like Catherine is going to be locked in here in combating the Ringo and Fortress. What do you make of that, guys?
Well, it obviously pushes that Adagio up into the lane where I prefer to see the Adagio. The Krull gonna come out. Love Krull into Ringo. I feel like he does a really good job of shutting down that Ringo and gank him extremely hard early on, especially once you hit that level 6, and can do a really good job of sticking onto Ringo as well.
You know what? Ringo build does pretty good into Krull.
Swap hero.
CP Ringo? No, it's not gonna happen. Petal's gonna come through. Petal Fortress. That's actually pretty interesting. This is gonna be a tough Krull game.
Yeah, the Petal especially can do a really good job of stopping the Krull. Just get a rush of Frostburn, and all of a sudden Krull just can't get onto anyone on your team. Even though it is going to be played as one of those core heroes, it still does a lot of work in protecting the rest of the team just by the nature of how the hero works.
Absolutely, guys. This will be the first game here between Oblivion Lost and Pro Trumps. Petal making it through. We did see some Petal come out at the weekend in the Vainglory 8 as well, so she has been seeing some elements on the fold, and it is going to be that Krull coming through. Something that we haven't seen too much EU pick up, to be honest. A lot of North American teams have been sort of picking up in the Vainglory 8, but Europe doesn't seem to have been doing so. But as we're going to start here in the Vainglory League Challenger Series, we're going to see Europe finally pick up Krull here, and we're into game.
All right, thank you very much, Scoundrel, breaking it down, giving a wonderful introduction. And that's right, guys, I'm here with Bacon. We're going to get the show started. It looks like early on, Oblivion Lost really doing a little bit of a passive rotation through the jungle, not looking to engage.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually really like the movement coming out from Pro Trumps. They sent the Fortress up to this Tri-Brush just to keep an eye on if Oblivion Lost are going to be doing this Ancient Treant aggressively. Meanwhile, they had Corky and Toothpick sitting in back, clearing out those jungle camps together. So both the lane carry and the jungle carry were getting the gold from the jungle. And so that's actually a really neat adaptation, just to try and really power up the early game of both of these heroes.
Yeah, I really like that. It's definitely, if you can get away with it, the most efficient way to get the gold on your jungler and carry. And it wasn't punished by Oblivion Lost. No game, no life. Just hung out here on the Adagio. He was actually kind of scared for his life. He looked like he thought maybe they'd be going for a gank rotation or something like that.
Well, and that's one of the things it can do. The Adagio's up in the lane. There's nobody there to oppose him. Like, you have to be expecting all three members of the opposing team to just come flying up out of that mustache brush. So it does force your opponent to have to play a little bit safer if they're not having all three members down in the jungle themselves. So just kind of really worked out there for Pro Trumps. But now, Catherine up in the lane, she's going to be constantly rushing in with that Merciless Pursuit, looking to just get stacks of that passive.
Yeah, Corky moves up, trying to trampoline into position. Doesn't find anybody, not really a big deal. It was just coming off the backside of this rotation. HF guy actually taking a lot of damage with that Truth of Tooth. Those Munions just following there. He's actually going to have to be very careful now. This is going to be Catherine not able to frontline for this team. So at this point, it's going to be Hard Hero and Corky moving into the jungle, waiting for that mid to go ahead and respawn. If they could get that, it'd be really nice for them to go ahead and snowball into their jungle. They could probably take away at least one full jungle rotation.
And Daredevil sitting up in the lane right now. Not necessarily the best spot for him to be, unless they can guarantee a kill, but the stun will help.
The stun from the top side, the Kroll from the bottom, and Dagio coming straight at him. That's your first blood. Pretty nice little moves there.
Yeah, I like the movement of having the Catherine go up into that top brush. It's, even if you see someone go up in the top brush, it's so infrequently done that you can very easily forget that there's someone up there. And when it's something like a Catherine that can just Merciless Pursuit out and get the stun, Kroll follows up with a slow, there's nowhere for you to go. Nice kill.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think we're gonna have to see, do these guys adapt to that? What is this? Tuzpick? Have you seen this guy before?
I haven't seen him before, but I'm gonna say Toothpick.
Toothpick. It's like a toothpick.
Toothpick.
Daredevil HF guy hanging out here. On that left brush. Just waiting for Ringo to move forward a little bit. His wave definitely will be moving forward. But about the same time that happens, the jungle shop will be spawning. But he's set up to get ganked again. It's going to be moving. Look at that. Easy Merciless Pursuit. Very nice follow-up from Daredevil. That's just almost too easy. He did not adapt. Don't let it happen 3 times, buddy.
If fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Oh, that's where he's at right now. The same exact play working, but now they're going to go turret diving.
Yeah, trampoline away, but he still takes down from the Adagio. No game, no life, able to take that one. 3-0 early on here. Oblivion Lost, starting this off very strong, and even when it felt like, Pro Trumps had the advantage as far as rotating through the jungle, they had forced a defensive position in the lane, but Oblivion Lost just adapting to that and finding the kills.
Yeah, Oblivion Lost just absolutely putting all the focus onto the lane, and you look at the CS differences. Kroll in the jungle he just got up to 15, so he cleared away his back camps, whereas Corky has 27. So an obviously fairly large disparity there, but those kills that he's been involved in, those 3 kills onto the Ringo, has caused this huge disparity up in the lane where Adagio is just getting very far ahead of the Ringo, and that could spell trouble. And especially getting the kills onto the Kroll, that kind of supplements the farming gold that he's been missing out on. Here we go, they're set up for this top brush gank, but there's no one visible. Here we go.
I almost hope that they die again, just because they haven't put a scout trap up in that brush. Like, you can't, if your laner gets ganked twice out of that bush, then you have to deal with it right now, and Hard Hero's gonna have to make an adaptation. Right now, just kind of clumped up his 3, making sure Ringo doesn't die again. Looks like it's working.
And as long as they're all together, that play doesn't necessarily work, so And it is going to be Lost just backing off from there, going down into the jungle, looking to hit up the shop, but everyone's down by the shop. This could lead to aggression. Doesn't look like Lost wants any part of that, but first tier 3 items starting to get finished.
I do like, I wanted to mention, yeah, as the items are starting to come out here, what is it, HF guy over for Oblivion Lost, he has really good vision down, so we knew that early on it was, you know, Petal, Fortress were rotating through looking to shut the Kroll down, but he got this vision down all over that middle half of the map, and it's just, you're not going to get any surprises that way.
And plus, it's kind of tough to shut down a Kroll who's just sitting in the lane most of the game. There's not many opportunities to gank him in the jungle. That's exactly what Daredevil is doing once again, just hanging out up here. He's got that level 6, has that From Hell's Heart available.
Yeah, the Hell's Heart's going to connect onto the Fortress. That's going to be their target. He's actually able to get out of that when they turn it around. Daredevil goes down. Pro Trumps with a very quick turnaround. I think it was a spontaneous combustion coming through, helping them a little bit there. A quick fountain out of Hard Hero, and they're able to turn it around. So first kill on the board.
Yeah, quite a bit of healing coming out from the side of Pro Trumps as they're able to survive that. You know, Fortress also not necessarily the target you want to be aiming for. I think they just had to go on it because that's who the From Hell's Heart happened to connect on. He was definitely aiming for that Ringo once again, but Fortress just sort of got in the way. Ended up actually saving the lives of possibly 1 or 2 members of Pro Trumps. As a result, they get a kill. They don't lose one. That's very big for them this early stage of the game.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, the way that you frame that question, I'd like to have you talk to us about scaling on these teams. I mean, how are these teams going to scale into the late game here?
They both actually scale pretty well. You know, Petal and Ringo obviously can just have massive damage output. The Kroll is going to become extremely tanky and difficult to kill. Meanwhile, Adagio, if you haven't seen what a late game Adagio can do, it is absolutely terrifying. You can just kind of walk into the lane. We've seen Old School in particular do this multiple times when he gets this hero. Just walk into a lane and just immediately 1v1 and kill somebody. So it's going to be actually fairly even down the stretch. It's going to come down to a lot of who can get the jump on their opponents, and you know, if there's going to be item silences from like a Null Wave Gauntlet. I feel like Null Wave Gauntlet would be really big in a game like this, like when 2 teams are evenly matched. Being able to prevent fountains or crucibles from being able to come out can really change the tide of battle.
Oh, Blasphemers down from Hell's Heart lands as well. They're on to Hard Hero. They take that wolf down. They're going to turn around right now, though. Pro Trumps trying to find a kill. They can't do it as the verse zones them out. It looks like this could be the end of the fight unless Daredevil and HF guy hang around, and they actually are hanging around. They can find a stun maybe onto this Ringo. They might be able to follow it up here, Bacon.
And they do know that these 2 members remaining are pretty squishy. Petal goes a little too far.
Merciless pursuit, that dead man's rush. He's burning down. Corky, will he go down? No. He actually doesn't. Ringo able to take that kill as they really, really wanted to get in there and finish that kill. Oh man, it must feel pretty bad to see that Petal walking away.
Daredevil especially just got a little too aggressive, was trying to get the Spectral Smite activation, but was just out of range, took a few steps too far to try and get back in range to pop that Petal, and as a result, Ringo gets himself a kill on the board. It's gonna be big for him, just for the confidence, as just getting that first kill can sometimes be what sets off a chain of picking up multiple kills in a row.
Chain reaction of kills. I like it. No Game, No Life went for the alternating current into the Shatterglass. A lot of times we're going to see that Broken Myth second item. What do you think about this?
I'm kind of... I mean, it's okay. It's a lot of damage, but I just feel like the way that these fights are going to end up, you want to have that Broken Myth for the scaling. For now, it's not too bad because they are squishier targets on the side of Pro Trump, so you know, the strategy for Lost has generally been to try and just blow someone quickly.
Wow, blow someone up quickly. That's going to be the Adagio dying very quick in this flight. I said Flame Blaster comes through, lands on the 3, but they turn it around very quickly. Catherine will be second to fall. It's now 4-4 overall as Pro Trumps pick up 2 and tie up the kill score.
And that one just completely looked like Oblivion Lost was not ready for that fight. They were posturing up aggressively as if they were the ones that were going to be controlling and dictating what was about to happen, and then just got caught off guard by all 3 members of Pro Trumps being there and just turning right back around on them. Krull was nowhere to be found until much too late. I mean, he really didn't get involved until No Game No Life was already down.
Yeah.
As a result, multiple kills for Pro Trump, evening up that score like you mentioned, Humanist. 4 kills apiece. The gold is still very close as well now, less than 1,000 gold separating these teams.
Well, I like it. Back and forth here. No Game No Life on this Adagio. He can't be the front line for his team, can he?
No, I mean, that just screams bad idea to have an Adagio as your primary point of contact.
I want a button I can press that just screams bad idea. That would actually be cool.
Kind of like the easy button. It's just bad idea instead.
These guys are grouping up down here. We actually had 3 down in the jungle shop bush, 1 on the left side, but they're not going to find each other. They're actually making all the rotation up into the lane. Flare comes out. They'll realize Oblivion lost. They're on that side. HF guy. Little fake teleporting action here.
I like that both teams are actually, like, they're rotating pretty evenly. Like, both sides kind of making the move down to the jungle shop at the same time. They get back to the lane around the same time. It just kind of shows that, you know, they have the similar ideas with these compositions that are trying to, you know, control similar aspects of trying to perform in similar ways. A little bit more lockdown on the side of Oblivion Lost, but at the end of the day, it's still just too big, you know, just trying to pick one target and blow them up. Like that's the strategy for each of these teams. They accomplish it in slightly different ways, but the end goal, or overall goal, is the same.
It just feels like, I don't know if this is a good way to put it, but for Trump support, what is Trump supporters? Trump pros?
Pro Trumps.
Pro Trumps. I don't even know. I don't like the name, but whatever. It feels like a tsunami or like an ocean wave, like a very powerful wave. Like when it starts to hit you, it feels it's just, you know, it's coming at you, but then as everything follows through with that move speed coming from the fortress, with the Munions stacking up on you, then an Achilles shot and the damage coming out of Ringo, it becomes too much to deal with, like, very quickly.
You know, I actually really like that analogy, because if you take it even a step further, like before a tsunami wave hits, like it's the ocean like kind of recedes and goes way out, and that's kind of always the signal of an oncoming massive tsunami wave. And I feel like that in itself is also kind of indicative. Like this team, they sort of back off. You think, oh, it's just a Petal and a Ringo fortress. They're all really squishy. We have a lot of lockdown. We can totally just kill one of them, make this 2v3. And then before you know it, the huge wave is coming in. All that damage is connecting, and you're just like, whoa, what just happened? Where did all this come from?
Yeah, I think that's actually a great way to put it. Because for them, it is all about executing with that truth of the tooth, right? Like they want to all move in, abuse that move speed, get in there, take one of these targets down. I think HF guy on the front line with Stormguard up is basically their best bet to, you know, kind of holding that wave back.
I do really like that Oblivion Lost has now double Atlas Pauldron. That should go a long way, because both the Petal and the Ringo will be denied a little bit by the Atlas Pauldron, as Hard Hero has a little bit of a dance there in the brush. But obviously the Ringo more effective than the Petal, because those Munions are still going to be putting out damage. But both of those two heroes, having their attack speed slowed, can go a long way towards getting an advantage for Oblivion Lost.
Did you bring up the breaking point first on Krull?
I didn't, because I don't like it. And I think everyone knows I don't like it, and everyone knows my opinion on what the first item for Krull should be.
Yeah. It just feels like it's hard to make that breaking point first work.
Yeah, for those who may be uninitiated to having me cast a game where Krull builds a breaking point first, you don't have damage. Breaking point relies on dealing damage to get those stacks built up, and without having some form of damage, big boomerang though first.
Boomerang right onto the fortress. He's gonna be stunned for about 3,000 seconds. The blast tremor still being held right here. Is HF guy gonna turn around with this? Fortress jumps back in. Corky, he's right behind him. The fountain's gonna come out, keeps them alive. Dewspick actually couldn't get into position to get any of that weapon damage off. Hard Hero almost ticking down from that fire damage. And that's gonna be a full disengage.
I have two major bones to pick with that fight. The first kind of goes back to the previous point about the Kroll breaking point first. The entire duration of that fight, the most stacks he got was 4. Like that, you're not getting much return on that breaking point with that. The other big one though, is they are going to get the Kraken, so that's really big. We might have another fight coming up, but the huge stun landed onto Fortress. That takes Fortress out of the fight completely. Kroll did the right thing in going after the Ringo. It was no game, no life. He stood there on the back lines and just started attacking the Fortress. Started attacking the completely disabled hero instead, the completely disabled captain. Instead of going after those carries, I feel that was a big mistake. That could have been a huge fight for Oblivion Lost.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think you have to make the call. Either everybody focuses the target down that's completely disabled, or you do chase. I mean, the thing is, they had pretty good positioning, and it could have been hard to chase, but right here, Attack the Packs is out pretty quickly, cleared off. Blast Shimmer comes out. It's going to be from Hell's Heart, landing petals down. Fortress is going to fall. Oh, that fell just at the nick of time there. Kraken's going to be able to take the second turret down, marching into this choke point turret. They'll probably be able to get some pretty good damage down here. Tuzbek low on energy. This is a problem with Ringo in this current update right here. He's taking a lot of damage, getting back to the healing platform. Fortress goes down. Oh, it's always sad when you die up there in your own healing platform.
Yep, absolutely. And a great push with this Kraken, taking down 3 turrets in that push. Getting a lot of work done. And kind of to what we were talking about with that previous fight down by the Kraken, when this team focuses their attention onto one hero, they're able to take them down so quick. We saw how fast that petal fell when the fight broke out. And then, of course, the Fortress was very low. As they got in, they just put all their attention onto the Fortress, took them down on the Sanctuary. And so that's all I want to see from Oblivion Lost, is when they get a pick, I don't care, like you said, if it's going to be the hero who got stunned, or if it's going to be, one of those other 2 squishier targets if the stun lands on the Fortress. They just need to focus their efforts onto one hero, take them down, make the fight a 2v3, and they should be able to win them.
Yeah, it's definitely a great way to look at it. Flares come out here from Hard Hero, realizes there's some scout trap in that tri-bush there, able to clear that out. They get their own vision down. Just kind of a vision battle between him and HF Guy right now. HF Guy does the same mirrored action. Go ahead and clear that out. They're going to rotate around from the backside. HF Guy, Daredevil, now no game life, joining them up in that right mustache bush. They're going to look for Hard Hero on the backside. He's on the front line. That's your attack of the pack. They turn it around. Blast Trimmer hits on 3. They can't really fight the way that they need to from Hell's Heart's going to land onto the Ringo. Ringo, you don't want to be there, do you, buddy? He's trying to stutter step his face off, but he can't quite do it. Can he bacon? He's onto the Catherine. That's not your target. No game, no life, able to find 2 kills. Kroll finds the 3rd. That's the ace. They almost found a way through that fight right there. Verse comes out to clear the wave. This is going to be them marching down. They're going to just end it off the back of that.
They very likely should. They're going to have about 20 seconds once they get onto these crystal turrets. And there shouldn't really be anything that can stop them from closing this game out as the Ace Buff minions come in, strip the barrier off of these turrets. And a really well-played team fight down the stretch for Oblivion Lost. On the side of Pro Trumps, I gotta say, kind of reminded of myself a little bit there. Nothing getting reflex blocked.
Well, it looks like game should be ending very shortly here. Special Smite comes through. Claims that Vein Crystal in style. Well, game 1, Oblivion Lost looking strong. Their comp was very straightforward. There was nothing hidden about it. Kroll's gonna run at you. Catherine's gonna look to hold someone in place, get a good blast tremor off, Adagio from the back lines to go ahead and get that gift of fire, buff them up, and it seemed to all come together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, they're very straightforward composition. There's clear ways around it, but Pro Drums just weren't able to really hit the reflex blocks. That was the key. I mean, we're going to take a look at these item builds. You can see all 3 members have some form of reflex block, but in that last fight, that was a prime example. The Blast Tremor comes out, hits all 3 members. The From Hell's Heart comes out, lands the stun. The only thing that they didn't, get hit by was the Verse of Judgment, and that's because it wasn't used during the team fight. So Those are big things. You need to be able to block at least the From Hell's Heart. The Blast Tremor, it's a very difficult block. There's only a couple of captains that I know that can consistently block that ability coming out, but the From Hell's Heart is a very obvious skill shot that to compete at the highest level, you need to be able to block that consistently, and I don't think I saw a single one get blocked this entire game.
Well, one man I know that can block Blast Trimmer is hosting this VGL Challenger Series. Scoundrel, what did you think of Game 1?
Oh,
Personally, I think, yeah, I mean, not being able to block the From Hell's Hearts is a problem. I didn't want to be too long-winded about the analysis at the end, but I think if you looked at the positioning of how they took that last fight, they wrapped around from behind onto Pro Trumps. And the way Bacon had described the way they wanted to fight before is like a tsunami, which is going to recede, and then it's going to come back at you very strong. And they had no option, they had no angle to retreat. They would be forced into a turret where they'd be taking more damage, so they were just out positioned half the time.
it wouldn't be a start of a VGL stream if I hadn't muted myself. Oh, for God's sake, Scoundrel, I was so ready. I was like, right, I've got this sorted, guys. No more muting. I'm ready to take this over, hand it over. No, I actually unmuted myself and then remuted myself because I was about to do some typing to change the scores and I didn't want people to hear my keyboard clicks, and then I did it. Guys, feel free to tweet me and tell me I'm a terrible person if that ever happens again. Okay, we're gonna
blame the keyboard.
Yeah,
You're
thanks.
so focused on the reflex blocking.
I was so focused talking about
the mute button.
I specifically unmuted myself on Discord as well. I told myself that today I'm going to have no mutes, nothing. It's not going to be an Scoundrel meme anymore. I'm not going to let this happen, and I made it in a meme. I made it the meme again. Anyway, guys, what do you think changes up here? Cruel, obviously. I guess we could talk a little bit about the fact that we haven't seen much of it in the European Vainglory 8, but North America definitely a big fan of Cruel right now. And I actually had FlashX specifically, if anyone knows who FlashX is from the VGL stream, say, why are none of the European teams playing Cruel? Well, actually looks like it's starting from the ground up here in the Vainglory League. Challenger Series seem to be picking it up.
Definitely playing a bit of Cruel. Makes Bacon happy.
Is Bacon a big Cruel fan?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we start to see some different builds from the Krulls, but I mean, still got the win there.
So are you a Stormcrown first, Cruel kind of bloke?
The Stormcrown Krull for Stormcrown first on Krull is a build that I'm okay with, but I am actually a Sorrowblade first Krull.
Wow, Sorrowblade first Cruel. That's an interesting one because I think like a lot of pros, as we are into draft by the way, guys, in this second game between Oblivion Lost and Pro Trumps, a lot of guys would say that they are, they're more on the board of that breaking point first and then building potentially something. In fact, a lot of Krulls I see don't even build anything after breaking point. They just go full defense and rely on the fact they're trying to survive as long as possible to build those breaking points.
It's like what Bacon said, like even through those fights, what you're getting like max 5-6 breaking point stacks. Like what's the point? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with someone just getting a little bit of attack speed and a Sorrowblade, and then if you don't need the all defense build, then you get the breaking point second item and stack defense. Yeah, it feels like a wasted item.
Yeah, I mean, we had Von C went Sorrowblade first Krull in Vainglory 8, and if it's good enough for Von C, it's sometimes good enough for me. I was just gonna go all in on him, but I was like, wait, he played Weapon Samuel, so I don't want to say that.
I think you guys are probably right. Like, I think there's merit to and from, because I don't actually think Cruel gets a lot of his damage from breaking point. I think he gets more of his damage over from the smite, so you're more of that mid-game. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. Who am I? I'm just a host, guys.
No, I think you're definitely on it, but It's just a different way of approaching your damage, and it depends on your team composition. Like if Kroll actually, if you don't have, like maybe you draft up a laner that has decent damage output and also a little bit of crowd control as well.
Adagio seems perfectly fine in that situation because, you know, again, Kroll will deliver that gift of fire, won't he? You know, and that's probably one of the main perks of having a lane Adagio, having someone to get gift of fire onto the enemy very easily. Kroll will do that really nicely. Obviously the Catherine will as well, so we can
guys, while we're talking about Kroll, the entire draft
okay, look, us three could probably talk about anything for a very long period of time, but it's going to be Vox, Samuel, Lance locked in here for Pro Trumps. Vox obviously considered absolute top tier of laners right now, and it's going to be Vox, Glaive and Baron coming through here for Oblivion Lost. Baron definitely seeing a lot of play over in North America and starting to seep into the European scene as well. Artemis Grace from the Vainglory 8, obviously a big fan of that particular hero. Guys, I'll let you break it down as we head into game. I'm going to hand it over to you. We're going to a next game of this best of 3. Can Pro Trumps, or rather Oblivion Lost, win this one out as the scores are just slightly wrong? I'll add that when we get in. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much once again, Scoundrel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 2 here. We are on the Halcyon Fold with Tasty Bacon, and players are making their way out onto the map. Bacon, I like both of these drafts. I'm legit a big fan of both of these drafts. I think at the end of the day, we're probably going to see Oblivion Lost win the game. Well, Baron's about to get dumpstered. What? Oh, the mercy shown. Oh, just surrender. I
don't even know if that's mercy shown. I mean, the Rocket Leap got him just out of range of the Impale. Really nice job, quick reflexes, but now it's a 2-on-3 in the jungle.
Yeah, 2-on-3. The Afterburn Corki back. HF guys locked onto him. They've almost lost one in a 2 versus 3. Well, Baron's actually up in the... Baron, they're fighting with 3! In the jungle, there's no one to kill you. Go ahead and farm safely, buddy. He makes the rotation now down into the jungle as Daredevils lock on to Toothpick. Corki almost dies to the train and gets the heal. Toothpick is going to go down to one more basic. Corki hits him with the mouse and Verdict gets the kill. It's just a clown fiesta in the jungle right now.
Why? He had 2 kills just sitting there waiting for you, like asking to be taken.
He was probably sitting there, Bacon, and he's like, the game started, and he's like, oh, I can't find my iPad. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I'm playing the game on it.
That was very, I mean, it was such a good first jump jets from No Game No Life, and then he comes down to the jungle, there's 2 kills just begging to be picked up. And he doesn't use the jump jets. Like, I'm sitting there like, where are they? Just jump forward, pick up those kills that your team has set up on a silver platter for you. And then he jump jets away. Oh, that was so frustrating to watch. And side of Pro Trump.
That was a series of frustrating events. Okay, it's all right. Let's get past it. We're about to see some of the most glorious plays we've ever seen. I know they're about to make up for it right now. Daredevil's making the rotation up into the lane. They want to find Toothpick, reposition him, knock him back so they can go ahead and follow up with his damage. Let's do this out. What? Oh man, they must be playing with like 300 MS delay right now. That's what it feels like. Impale's gonna land onto the Baron. He turns around. And actually, he's not going to be able to do anything. Daredevil's there to go ahead and afterburns. I'm not sure what he thought. Knocked them back. Just peeled one for no game. Pretty awkward. It feels like, doesn't it feel like they're not quite in sync?
It definitely does. It feels like either, you know, they're not in sync in game, or they're just, like, they're not communicating well with voice comms. Something definitely feels a little bit off with this team right now, especially after the way they played last game. Like, they were much more on point and much more focused and together in game number 1 than they appear to be here in game 2.
Bacon, you ever walk down a sidewalk and someone's like walking straight at you, and so you move right and then they move the same direction, then you move the other way to go and avoid them, and then they do it like a second later, and then you're like, all right, I'm just not gonna move, and then they just don't move. That's what these fights feel like to me right now. No? You know that. You've had that experience, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the sidewalk shuffle.
Little sidewalk shuffle. Well, this is the VG
first
shuffle.
Recalls coming through. We'll get to touch on these item pickups. Looks like Baron is going to be going for a Sorrow Blade first item. Definitely like that pick on the Baron. Kind of going the Sorrow Blade into the breaking point, and then Tyrant's Monocle, and you just absolutely decimate people. The one thing we didn't get to talk about too much was actually HF Guy starting with the Dragon Blood contract.
Yeah.
I feel like that was in that 2v3 situation when Oblivion Lost almost picked up a kill. The Dragon Blood contract was a big part of why they were almost able to grab that kill there. And again, if there had just been a little bit of rotation, maybe looking at a different 2-0 game at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. You know, well, that's like Afterburn. It's mid-act knocking Toothpick back. It looks like they have the damage to follow. The fountain keeps him alive almost long enough. He will go down. HF Guy able to take that kill. I will say in game 1 and game 2, No Game, No Life's initial rotation up into the lane was like very hesitant. Like it felt like he had no idea what his opponent was doing as far as rotation. Like even when they were fighting, it felt like he didn't know they were fighting.
Yeah, and it's just that hesitance can end up costing you, especially again as we get into these later stages of the challengers. This guy.
HF Guy just making the plays. He's out of there. Daredevil tries to find a reposition that they can capitalize on. It's not enough. No Game, No Life's in a good position to continue to farm here. Malice, Verdict both hit. Corrupted Genius is going to land as well. No Game taking a lot of harass damage there. He's going to have to be careful, especially with this Lancing around and get an Impale. Drifting Dart. I'm not sure if Malice and Verdict hit or just the Malice. This is a lot of harass that they have a long range that they have to deal with right now. The Baron has to make it past this early game, right?
Yeah, that's where Baron struggles, is in the early game. He doesn't have the greatest range, very slow, low attack speed. It's the only thing he's got going for him is that AoE damage, but as long as they could just let this minion wave push into the turret, this is actually where they want the wave to be, because it's much easier for the Baron to farm safely under the turret than if he has to go, out into the middle of the lane.
Oh my goodness, Corky's not giving him a break right now. Another Drifting Dart Malice inverted combo comes through. He is low energy. He's gonna look to try and get that Corrupted Genius off. A little regen back up on himself. It's one of the problems Samuel can have early on. You try to poke from range, but if you get your opponents under their own turret, a lot of times you can't get in range to go ahead and get a basic attack off.
And for all this, again, effort that's being directed into the lane, this time it's Pro Trumps that are pretty consistently sending their jungler up to try and harass No Game, No Life. Despite how much we were talking about earlier, his hesitant rotations and very cautious movements in the early game, he's still actually slightly ahead in CS over Toothpick. So he's doing a really good job once he actually gets to the lane.
It's true. Credit where credit's due, right, man? Like, I mean, you can make mistakes, but we're going to call you out on it. We're going to call you out when you do the right thing, and he definitely is. I think, Baron having... Like, my opinion is, Baron trading evenly with Vox is a loss for Vox in the late.
Yep. I mean, we've said it multiple times. Baron trading evenly with anyone is a loss for the opponent, because eventually this Baron is get to that late game point. 14-15 minutes is where we typically see it happen, where Baron could just start jumping in and 2 to 3 shotting people with the amount of damage that he has.
An interesting note I didn't catch earlier: Oblivion lost the 5th seeded team here in the Challenger Series. Pro Trumps the 21st seeded team. Yeah,
one of those not in the bottom half of the bracket with the 21st seed, but definitely a lower seed than you would expect to see if there were no upsets through the winners bracket at this stage. So Pro Trumps definitely performing above expectations just to be in the position where they are right now.
Oh, it's Hard Hero. Afterburn back. He's able to get out of that one. The Dragon Blood contract was applied. Attack back comes out. And HF Guy just gets roasted. He definitely underestimated the damage output potential there. Daredevil, another Afterburn. He's starting to get some pretty decent cooldown. He'll be getting these Afterburns out pretty regularly through these fights.
I feel like that was kind of going back to the beginning of Daredevil narrowly getting himself out of dodge with that Afterburn. But we talked about how it felt a little disjointed on these fights, and that looked like some communication errors on the side of Oblivion Lost. HF Guy going very deep, no one from the team following him.
Daredevil getting wild there. No Game, No Life looking for the kills. That's going to force the Fountain out of Pro Trumps. I was about to commend them for holding that Fountain for so long, almost like baiting Oblivion Lost into this fight just by holding that, but it's forced out. Now Oblivion Lost have the advantage. They have their own Fountain, and they have the advantage in a full health versus a very low health bar. Ooh. Jump jets forward, 2 attacks coming out. You can see No Game, No Life. His damage is starting to stack up here. And for anybody that doesn't play, huh?
I was gonna say he only has the 1 tier 3 item, and his damage is already getting pretty significant.
It really is. I mean, you have to respect it right now. I was just gonna say, for anyone that doesn't play or watch a lot of Baron, it's, you know, one of the reasons he gets so strong as you go later into the game is you put more points into that ultimate, increasing your range, and that's really one of your, you know, the hardest things to deal with Baron in the early game. That's why Vox can actually trade with him at all, but later on, I mean, Vox can't trade. He just like can't even get range to get a pulse off.
And Daredevil chasing down this lance, nowhere for him to go. Afterburn is up so frequently with that aftershock completed.
Wow, forced the Fountain again. Oblivion Lost. Really, they didn't even put themselves in harm's way at all. Really nice job from Daredevil, as you called out. Just you constantly knocking Hard Hero back, just afterburn after afterburn. And right now, I think he's got about a 6-second cooldown. That'll be 5 seconds very quickly and go down to 4. Toothpick taking a lot of damage. Oh, he's starting to get some crits, Bacon. Some crits starting to come out of Elbaron here. You got to be careful. Drifting Dark, Malice and Birth comes through. The Impale lands onto HF guy. 15 wall back. He's not going to be stunned up, but the attack is back, comes out. He's going to be going on to Toothpick. He knocks him away, though. Mortal Wound comes out onto Hard Hero. Doesn't have Fountain for 15 seconds. They're going to have to play this carefully. And no, they're after burn back Daredevil, making the plays happen. They go hard on Corky, almost finding the kill. This is how this is. They want to play this out. They want to run at you. They're starting to fire on all cylinders, and you can feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. HF Kai with this fortress able to enabling the team to get in deep, get these plays off, and there they go on to Toothpick.
Oh my, broke him like a toothpick. Toothpick. Oh, there's almost nothing he can do right now. You're gonna have to let Baron, I mean, Baron's gonna have to have himself caught out essentially for the Vox to get on top of him at this point. Unless he changes his playstyle, but it just doesn't feel like he will.
Daredevil,
no game.
You know, I was iffy on it earlier in the game, but Daredevil seems to be really, really comfortable on this glaive now. I'm seeing him constantly afterburn over walls from like the maximum range that you can to get over those walls.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think he's definitely showing a pretty high level of comfort there. Both teams have 3 up in the lane. The turret for Oblivion Lost is sitting on pretty low health. It feels like Pro Trumps want to pressure this from their movement up here.
They have item advantage.
The Fountain's up in 15 seconds.
Are they gonna go for it? Oh, they're very passively. I feel like they're just extremely worried about the counter engage coming up from Oblivion Lost. They want to just get a little bit of poking in. They have the Samuel to try and poke a little bit with, but at some point you are going to have to pull the trigger, otherwise that afterburn is just going to come flying in and pick off one of you, along with the Baron just jump jetting on through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out exactly how they want to approach this fight, and it's really hard. I mean, because you don't ever want to aim the HF guy, necessarily. Daredevil's going to be peeling constantly, and so it feels like you almost want to take him out just so you can actually function through these fights. But if you take too long to take Daredevil out, then No Game is erasing your team. But the problem is, if you chase No Game, the odds of locking him down at this point are pretty tough. He's got an overdriven jump jets.
Yeah, and now he has a Tyrant's Monocle as well, so 3-item Baron is online. Has that lucky coin as well for a little bit of extra crit. This is gonna get pretty scary in just a moment for the side of Pro Trumps. This Baron is just going to be chunking through health bars. I mean, you can see how quickly he's taking out the minions in the lane, and that's without even, you know, using those jump jets for the extra sort of bonus attack coming out.
With like no breaking point stacks, he'll probably kill Vox on 4 attacks. With a couple breaking point stacks, he can 2-shot the Vox pretty easily. I don't know. I'm giving Oblivion Lost like a 90% win chance right now.
Minion candy starting to come out from HF guy, so that's a sign that they may be looking to start pushing in, finding these fights. And again, we talked about it in game number 1 as well. The vision from Oblivion. Many red scout traps down on the bold already, and these are just scout traps he's been buying outright. There isn't a contraption or anything like that. He's just focusing quite a lot on vision. That's just to allow the team the opportunity to find picks like this one.
Uh-oh, Corky knocked back and shot down! Oh my goodness gracious! It feels like we're playing a special mode of Vainglory sometimes when Baron comes online like he has right now. Hard Hero gonna get taken down as well. Daredevil claims that kill. And I think that fight pretty well illustrates kind of the points we were talking about.
Yeah, you know, the pick potential of this team with the Afterburn and Fortress jumping in, you know, getting Baron able to have that move speed to get onto that target that was just freshly stunned up, using those jump jets to get the double attack. It's just, the enemies just get obliterated. Like there's no real other way to say it. Right now he's got a second Tyrant's Monocle, 80% crit chance, 4 offensive items. He doesn't even need the defense because no one from the side of Pro Trumps can get onto this backline where the Baron is to deal damage to him.
I mean, many times Baron needs to, you know, the need to go into the late game forces him to buy tier 2 boots or even further just so he can have mobility. And the fact that he has tier 1 boots, I think that says a lot about how comfortable the early game was here.
Yeah, there really wasn't a whole lot of pressure. We saw those 2 kills came out in the initial jungle skirmish, and they've gotten 1 in the 13 to 14 minutes since that time. So it has been a very safe game for Oblivion Lost. They haven't been under pressure much at all, and it's showing now that we're getting into this later stages of the game. They have these huge power spikes, and they can kind of look to fight at will.
All right, let's see what they're gonna do here. It's Pro Trumps on the retreat as Oblivion Lost, kind of flexing their positioning on the left side of this tri-brush. Daredevil with the Afterburn lands on the Hard Hero, but he's pretty tanky on that Lance right now. That Lance has an Atlas Pauldron. It'd be nice to get it off onto the Baron, but even then with the jump jets, Baron can go ahead and just drop 2 attacks pretty quickly, and it kind of negates some of the advantage coming out of that Atlas Pauldron for Pro Trumps. Drifting Dark's gonna come forward. Malice and Verdict. It's HF guy. Game of life. Looks like they want to turn it. Corky actually eating a bit of damage there. The jump jets come forward. Hard Hero gonna take some pretty good damage. The Afterburn forward. It's actually the kill going on to Samuel there. Lance tries to hit a combat roll right over. Daredevil's waiting for him. Baron with the 400, 500 damage crits. Truth of the Tooth, along with the Afterburn, means it's like no way for Hard Hero to get out of here. That's the ace. 8-3 advantage, Oblivion Lost, but it feels like a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely feels like a lot more. They're going to go ahead and just push in the lane. I really love what they did there, though. They knew they had the advantages. They have an item lead over their opponents. They had the infusion edge. If you look at the infusions, there's one on both of the carries for the side of Oblivion Lost. There was only one, and it was a level 10 infusion on 2's pick. So they had everything going in their favor. The only thing they didn't have was positioning to try and get the engagement they wanted. So they start up the Kraken. They say, okay, you don't want to fight us. We'll force you to have to try and come here and fight us, or you're going to give us a free Kraken. The moment that Pro Trumps tried to get in there to maybe dissuade them from doing Kraken, all of a sudden you've got Attack of the Pack, you've got Afterburn, and the fight is just over before it even begins.
Yeah, targets are going down pretty fast here. I love the Fortress with the Baron is really cool. I mean, it doesn't help Baron get into the late game necessarily, but when he comes online, yeah, Poison 3. When he comes online, it allows him to chase like a monster, and that's already something he does really well in the late game. Oh, they're gonna move forward and just erase his pick. My goodness, it feels like they just have the easy button that we talked about earlier. They just hit the kill Vox button and he just drops at this point. Not much to say here, Bacon. I'm not even gonna play-by-play this one. This is them just ending the game. It's cracking. Mark the sword onto these turrets.
He's gonna get still up 601 crit. Ridiculous is absolutely accurate. I mean, he's doing 590 damage to the turret. This is just unbelievable. The crystal is going to fall. Kraken survives through it. And that is going to set and match for Oblivion Lost. Just very commanding game number 2. And for the Pro Trumps, like, obviously, again, we mentioned getting this far is an accomplishment in and of itself. But it did look to me like they didn't really know how to take advantage of their opponent's composition. Like, they had their comp, they knew what they wanted to do for themselves, but they didn't take into account their opponent's composition and the fact that their opponent's composition kind of does the same thing as theirs, just better.
Pretty tough indeed. Scoundrel, were you feeling the power of that Baron? It really was.
And I did it again. Did it again. Just damn it.
We talked about Scoundrel. We talked about in the game the Atlas Pauldron from Lance and how, you know, it's not even the full effect of the Atlas Pauldron when you get it off onto the Baron because of his jump jets. But on the flip side, Oblivion Lost had an Atlas Pauldron on the Fortress, which is very easy to apply onto the Vox. Just jump onto an Atlas. And then if that was blocked, you had a second one from Daredevil who's just going to afterburn right onto him and then apply it. And it was just like, there's nothing Vox could do this game.
That was again, like I said, I was just saying when you get to the point where Baron gets to 4 items, and the thing about Vox is that he's very good against targets he can stack up on. This breaking point double Tyrant's Monocle build obviously works so well for him because you can kite backwards and stack it up really easily. But when you're going into like a really superior range marksman, you know, or sniper or whatever you want to call it, carry, he just really falls on his face because to get to Baron, he's going to have to sonic zoom forwards, and with all that repositioning and all the threat of the fortress and the glaive, it makes it almost nigh impossible for him to do so. As well as the fact that kiting against glaive with all that cooldown reduction is almost just as impossible. I mean, you get sonic zoom once every 3 seconds if you overdrive it. I mean, glaive is getting his afterburn once every 5 seconds. He's probably covering us the same amount of distance as you. So the Vox into that composition just didn't work. Just for me, didn't work. I don't know how you feel, Tasty. I saw you sort of potentially thinking about saying something there, but yeah, I mean, it was just a great play there. You would have to say from Oblivion Lost. But remember, Pro Trumps aren't out, Bacon. Pro Trumps do go down to the losers bracket, so they aren't out of the competition just yet.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the exact same. Like, just saying, I completely agree with you on about the Vox, but for me, a lot of it was just the fact that when you're up against up against a Baron, you have to be a lot more aggressive than what Pro Trumps were. I mean, they were so aggressive early on. That first rotation, they went deep into the enemy jungle, and then they never made an aggressive play like for the rest of the game. Like, you have to use this Samuel to try and put this focus on the Baron, try and shut that Baron down, get that Vox ahead of the Baron. But instead, Baron was ahead of Vox the entire time. And like you said already, they were in a situation where the Vox was going to struggle. And if he didn't have a lead, it just compounded that fact. And it was just a very clean game.
Yeah, so that is going to be 2-0 to Oblivion Lost over Pro Trump. They will go through in our winners bracket. We're going to be coming back after the break. We're going to go to a short 7-minute or so break because we'll be trying to get back directly on time. And it is going to be between Team Queso and Helldivers. Obviously a big organization, Team Queso, and they're still in the winners bracket. They're still looking to prove they're one of the best teams here at VGL. We'll be back in a very, very short time.
Hello?
Who is this?
It's fucking lit.
Back to start. I don't know where to go. I'm told I'll reap all of what I sow. These mistakes have no one else to blame. Said I could feel it when you left me here, left me here. Our emotions are one and the same. So come on over, we can persevere, persevere. So come on over, we can persevere.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Vainglory League Spring Split. This is week 2. We're into the next game of our winners bracket round 3. It is Team Queso versus Helldivers. I have got my microphone on. Can you believe it, Twitch chat? I can't. Can you believe it, Humanist? I can't.
Are we 100% sure we're not muted?
Do you know what? I am looking at it right now. I even made a nice sign for myself, which I posted to Twitter so everyone could see. That I will never be able to forget now, because it is staring me directly in the face. If anyone watched the VGL Blitz tournament, which was a great tournament, by the way, go and check out the VODs if you want to see some cool Blitz action. I had this when I was doing the VGL Blitz as well, because it was somehow my mind couldn't comprehend about how to unmute on my streaming software first before talking, which is a really simple thing to do, but Scoundrel cannot comprehend that. Now, we are going into this next game between Team Queso and Helldivers. It is going to be a great match, winners bracket round 3. Team Queso, obviously an incredibly anticipated team, one of the best teams we have in here in the Vainglory League, and they have a very dedicated owner as well, and obviously really big over there in the sort of Vainglory scene in Spain and things like that. So, gentlemen, this is going to be a great match. I can't wait to get into it. But before we do, we're going into draft in just a second. I do want to talk to you about the giveaway that we have going on just before we get there. It is going to be that Elgato giveaway that I talked about. 2 Elgato HD60S capture cards and weekly 9,000 ice. It is going to be vaingloryleague.com/giveaway for that link. It is a really, really good giveaway. VGL have done a really fantastic job putting that on for us. So go and check it out if you have time. And go and enter if you want to get your hands on some free goodies. You know, courtesy of Elgato, obviously, and all powered by VGL. But we are now ready to go into draft between these two teams, Team Queso and Helldivers. Lyra now on the ban cards. She's a very popular ban right now, and she will be first.
Yep, just going ahead, getting the Lyra off the board. You know, if this was VG8, I'd say we're guaranteed to see an Adagio ban following it up, but this isn't VG8. Not everyone can play the Adagio to the same level. So as a result, we're going to be seeing Blackfeather taken off the board, but the Adagio goes through. And Team Queso very quickly jumping on that one.
Easy Adagio. What an easier fortress. Am I right, Bacon?
Well, we did see Fortress get played into Adagio in our previous series. It was actually the Fortress Ringo. Unfortunately, they weren't successful in that effort, so Helldiver is going to be hoping to have a different result here.
So that's going to be Ringo and Fortress obviously coming through. We've seen quite popular combos between that. Obviously, Fortress has been seeing a lot of play here in VGL. Is that something that surprises you guys? Because we didn't see huge amounts of Fortress. We've always kind of been touted as a potentially situational pick. So what do you guys make of the Fortress?
I'm not really surprised at all. I think with every update, there's an initial set of heroes, an initial kind of meta as it feels, that develops, and then people come up with strategies to counter the current meta, and I think that's where Fortress is starting to come in, especially when you start to have only like one healer leak through as far as for these teams, and you can go ahead and negate that.
Look at this.
Yeah, and I mean, we've heard about the fact that why the glaive is so popular with the current build is largely because of these highly immobile laners, and Fortress just kind of compounds on that, just really able to take advantage of heroes that don't have that mobility. He adds mobility to those that don't, and it makes it even easier to chase onto those that don't as well.
Look at this though, gentlemen. Idris locked in here for Team Queso. Something that we've seen a little bit of from time to time, but definitely not a pick that is considered super top tier. So, as we head into this game, I'm going to leave you two to break this down and bring us all the action for all the keen viewers out there between Team Queso and Helldivers.
Muchas gracias, dear Scoundrel. And, I mean, guys, let's give him a round of applause for coming in unmuted on that one. And for making the sign. This is a guy that's shown that he's willing to change, and he's willing to change for you. And that's pretty good stuff. But Bacon, we are into the game. Pretty fun compositions. A little Idris here. That's going to be great to see.
Yeah. Little Idris and PRZ, of course, a name that may recall if you watched the Evil 8 last season. PRZ was actually up in the top tier of Vainglory play. So this is a guy that knows what it takes, and now leading this Team Queso team with 2 contracts in the inventory to start the game.
Oh, my man. You know, why have one when you can have two? I like the Protector contract. I've been trying to get teams to use this for a while. I actually think there's a way where you can get it on 2 players. So when you stack, you alternate them because they don't stack. It can be so hard to deal with. But yeah, they're going to use it. It just shows that, you know, this is a team that's willing to innovate as well. And it's already working for them.
Well, I think picking up the Idris shows that they're willing to try and innovate. Idris, a hero that we haven't seen much of, but can definitely make an impact in the right hands. I don't know if we've actually seen it pick up a win yet. I don't have the stats directly in front of me at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that Idris does not have a win in the Vainglory 8. I know he has at least a couple wins in challengers thus far, but it's not the greatest of win rates, not the most popular picks either.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, you know, you got to be that personal play style kind of guy, you know, to fit the Idris. Lone Delphi is a guy that's been playing it a lot. In the preseason invitational, he was wrecking house with it. And then, you know, this last weekend in the Vainglory 8 didn't work out so well. But, you know, it could be an overall compositional thing. I think it's definitely very strong. It's hard to deal with if he has a decent early game. Purdue tried to move forward. He actually got that mid-treant there. Nice.
Yep, and I really like the fact that the side of Team Queso is being very aggressive here. You know, all 3 members down in the jungle. They're not even, you know, really worrying about the lane farm at the moment because they know they're getting gold onto their carry regardless. So they're gonna rotate now back up. Dark Ghost on this Adagio. We'll still be able to pick up some of this lane farm. You can see on the CS numbers, he's not in super behind. He's still definitely behind, but it's not by like this massive margin that you might expect for someone who really hasn't been in the lane that much. Plus, he's been getting some passive gold out of the jungle, so he's actually doing pretty good in terms of overall gold gain. You look at the overall gold for the teams, and it's actually dead even, despite the fact that they haven't been farming the lane as consistently.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be, you know, a couple CS behind. He's slightly ahead in experience. We'll see how this is all going to play out here. This Team Queso moving as a group. They're going to go ahead and take the advantageous position. Has to retreat, though, as that flare comes out. Scout Trap goes down from Zozane. How do you say it? Zozane?
I think Zozane.
I like it. Zozane moves forward. Perez with the Githian wall is going to knock 3 back. They jump right back in, though. They want Dark Ghost. They found him. Achilles shots there. The basic attacks to follow. First blood. Team Queso drop 1. Another Githian wall, but that's another kill going the other way. Double kill here. Triple kill for Hell Divers. My goodness, that was pretty successful.
And we talked about the adaptations and changing. How about what Helldivers just did? Adapting to the 3-man grouping that Team Queso was doing, and then pulling it off themselves, not only getting the triple kill on this alpha, but the ace to boot. That's going to be a turret at
oh my
4 minutes.
Saw's probably watching this game and just like, oh my goodness, best game I've ever seen. This is how you play Vainglory, ladies and gentlemen. What is happening? Almost a 2K gold lead in 4 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, we were just talking about how it was a dead even gold lead, or gold differential, about, you know, a minute and a half ago or so, and all of a sudden, just one really smooth play from Helldivers. They get themselves the triple kill, the ace, the turret, everything now seems to be going their way. Let's see if they can capitalize.
So, okay, like, one of the things when, you know, Lance is very good at disabling people, right? But one of the things when you have like an alpha, he can close the gap constantly, and the fortress, who can do the same thing and enable Ringo, especially with Ringo's Twirling Silver, to be very mobile. The Lance Githian walled them away, and they're right back on top of the target almost instantly because they move so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well, we've seen it right here as well.
3-man Githian wall, and they're right back on top of the target. Perez is down. He doesn't even have a fountain yet. Doesn't? He's got the money now. Yeah, he's gonna buy that as he's dead. But Helldivers, I mean, absolutely just taking advantage of their mobility right now.
Kind of living up to their name, just diving onto their opponents like a bat out of hell. That is exactly their game plan. I mean, they want to just get onto a target, take them out, and like you mentioned, with the fortress, the movement speed increase, Alpha's ability to jump around fights, they're just, even when they get knocked away, they're just able to get right back onto their target so quickly.
Have we got to cast this team yet?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so, because I'm like, in the first 5 minutes of the game, I'm like, I like these guys. And I feel like I would have remembered that.
I know we haven't cast them yet, because if we did, I totally would remember the name like Penguin of War, because that is a phenomenal name.
Penguin of War, dude, exactly. They play good, they name good, team names good, player names. Oh my, okay. This team needs a sponsor.
Got the total package.
Yep, full package right here. Flare comes out, Zozane just doing a little scouting, not gonna be caught off guard. He knows how to throw, and he is not looking to do it right now.
And the only question mark left for this team right now is, how is their late game? Because obviously we know the early game is good. They've been doing great things here thus far, picking up that decent gold payout because, hey, there's not much else on the fold for them to take at the moment. So without putting themselves at risk, why not grab a little bit of extra gold? But the late game is where we're going to have to see what they can do. The Idris is going to have a lot of damage, going to be able to just blink around the fights. The Adagio, of course, going to be putting out quite a bit as well. But, if they keep this snowballing up, they may not even get to a late game.
You know, a game is always going in a team's favor super hard when Bacon's sentence includes "why not." I've noticed that it's kind of a trend. Like, no matter what the sentence is, if it includes a "why not," it's probably starting to get out of hand.
Oh, I mean, it's true. Like when you can just sit there and say, "Oh, why'd you do it? Why'd you do this? Why not?" You have the opinion. When that's kind of the mentality you can take is, why not do this?
Yeah. Why not? It's working out pretty good thus far. So we're 7.5 minutes in. Helldivers essentially running out of room on this map to take resources. This is the best position you can be in. Right now, it feels like one of the greatest virtues they could have right now would be some patience.
I don't know. I actually don't know if I want to see them have patience or want to see them just double down and keep the pedal to the floor and just continuously force out, opportunities at picks. Obviously you don't want to go necessarily diving underneath turrets all the time, but
that's kind of what I'm talking about.
You want to keep the aggression up. You want to stay playing on your opponent's side of the fold just to keep them from being able to get gold and get themselves caught up.
Yeah. I guess, I was just kind of scared about, like, if, they come out swinging, right? They take a turret, they get 4 kills super fast, and then things die down. It would be, kind of heartbreaking to see them then just get so hungry for a kill that they dive the turret. Yeah, so, I mean, it's like, keep the pressure on, but do it in a safe fashion. Once again, let's point out the rotation of Helldivers, as the jungler's getting that vision down, and then it's the carry and the jungler getting that.
I was gonna say, can we put out the vision from Helldivers? There is a lot of scout traps getting put down now by Zozane.
It's like chicken pox on the map. Scout traps all over here.
Infected.
It's infected with scout traps. Helldivers, this is their game. They're only 3k gold up. So, I mean, one of the things about, I guess, having the pressure and not being able to find kills, they're gonna actually look to try and defend this. Follow up on that point in a second as the Githian wall stuns up Zozane. He is just locked down fast. He doesn't even use the fountain. He goes down. That's not what you're looking for. Penguin and War standing his ground. They're on to Dark Ghost. They find 1 kill. Ring goes down. Amanojaku. He's looking to find a kill right here. Termination Protocol's gonna come out. Can he get on top of his target? He does, but it's only 349 damage. Idris and Prez trying to find the kill. Can they turn it? They're going to need a stun, maybe some lockdown. Idris wants out of this one, especially with the chase is too good. He's out of there. Bacon, that is not what Helldivers were looking for. Not the fight they were looking for at all. Perdun, can he find the kill? I'm hell over the wall. He's going to be able to get out of here. He's actually going to look to try and find a disable. Nah, too far away.
Yeah, definitely not what they were looking for. I mean, it was a really smart play, really great opportunistic play from the side of Team Queso. Spotting Zozane was getting a little bit low thanks to that Crystal Sentry. They did lose out on the Crystal Sentry, but taking advantage of the opportunity and blowing up that fortress, he wasn't able to react. Like I said, didn't even get the fountain off or anything. And as a result, they get a kill on the board. a couple of kills. I do give up one in return, but just getting any gold you can is going to be really nice. The one trouble for Team Queso in that situation, the thing that didn't really work out for them that well, is there isn't a whole lot of kills, like the kill streak bounties, built up on the side of Helldivers, because they haven't really been going for these fights. So that sort of slingshot gold that can occur when you get those big shutdowns isn't going to be taking effect, and that's actually something really good for Helldivers.
Yeah, it's definitely a positive point for them. Biggin, can you break down Ringo's item choices? Do you like it? Do you agree with it?
I was actually hoping to you were gonna ask about Fortress, but yeah, the Ringo picking up that poison shiv just to help to prevent the healing that can come out from Adagio. Not that bad of a choice. I personally would have preferred to see a little bit more just flat damage. I don't think the healing from Adagio is going to be that crucial of a thing that you need to apply those mortal wounds, but I'm more interested in Zozane going for what appears to be an aftershock after grabbing both the Fountain and the Crucible. It's going to add even more damage out of this Fortress. And it can do devastating things. You know, the Crystal Fortress, get a little bit of utility and then just go into some damage. I mean, Aftershock with a Broken Myth could be actually what he goes for as a captain. And it just becomes so overwhelming, the amount of damage you have to try and deal with when you have essentially 3 damage sources.
Well, 3 damage sources quickly converging onto Team Queso. Prez taking a lot of damage off the bat. He's going to be forced to self-fountain here. He throws it out. Oh, Perez, it wasn't fast enough. I'm a Nojaku. I can't say it in the middle of a fight. I can't say this guy's name. He goes down as well. It's a 2-for-1. Penguin War drops. The Helldivers have the advantage. Termination Protocol still available for this alpha.
And having that ultimate available is big. As long as that heroic perk doesn't go down, this alpha is still going to be in fighting shape. They tried to get onto Dark Ghost initially, but then realized, you know, the rest of the team is a lot closer and more kind of in our faces. Dark Ghost, you'd have to wade through the damage coming out from Idris and the crowd control from Lance in order to get there. So they just quickly turned their attention onto the targets they had available, pick up 2 more kills. And again, it's going to be all about keeping control over this middle portion of the map.
Zozane just being a little bit of a punk right now. Getting some of that damage out. I mean, it's nice Fortress, you know, he's gotten buffed the last few updates. The on-hit effects landing on his A, also the damage increase there. It's pretty significant, so I'm trying to keep my eye on that as we move forward right here. Oh my goodness, Dark Ghost, you are way too far forward. That's not where the Adagio wants to be. Attack of the Pack is out. They're trying to chase. Hellfire Brew's gonna come through. Adagio is down. They're gonna find a second as they find the Idris. He just cannot survive through this. And Perez, late to the party, will go down as the double kill for Penguin of War comes through. The ace, the turret, Bacon. It feels like the first 3 minutes of the game all over again.
Absolutely does. The late game is coming through in spades for Helldivers. This was the one question mark I had about them, and they are answering it with an exclamation. Have gotten now all of the lane turrets destroyed after that ace. They pick up the sentry on their way. Now they can rotate over, maybe look for this gold miner as we approach the 15-minute mark where Kraken's going to spawn and take that gold miner out. But you know, they say, you know, that's a little bit risky. We don't want to have any extra damage coming on to us if a potential fight breaks out. They just recall, and we'll pick up a few more items on this Fortress. Looks like he's getting some extra health and a little more durability. And we'll see where they decide to go from this. A good amount of gold, enough for infusion for both the Alpha and the Ringo. But now they're going to try for this crit gold miner, but they don't have the time to do it.
Yeah, we thought about it for a second. Hey, everyone would have had it been absolutely perfectly collapsed on top of that. Things are getting pretty dangerous here. 15 minutes in, significant advantage going the way of Helldivers. Recalls come through for Team Queso as they regroup, look to go ahead and finish whatever items they want before this, you know, game-defining team fight happens. Kraken's starting to be captured up by Helldivers. It's happening very fast. It looks like it's going to be finished clearly before Team Queso get here. Maybe that's gonna be on the edge. Why? Let's slow down the damage. Alpha's able to claim it. Kraken is captured as the fight happens. Zozane's on the front line, living through it, forces out his bound, but they turn it on Idris so quickly. Absolute just destroyed here. Dark Ghost is trying to get the damage out. Termination Protocol is going to come through. Dodge's already down. Perez left for dead. Oh my goodness, that's another ace. That's Kraken, and you know, basically game.
Yeah, there may be one more little skirmish before the game actually ends because the death cameras aren't terribly long at this point, but this should be the game getting finished by Helldivers. Very strong showing here. In the first time we've gotten to see them on stream with Team Queso, you know, the Idris pick just didn't really work out for them, but a lot of that was just Helldivers able to play so aggressively and so strong in the early game.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, I personally don't like the Idris build. He went breaking point and then he was going into Tyrant's Monaco. I like the Sorrow Blade into the breaking point personally.
Oh, it's very similar to that.
And then
I was gonna say it's very similar to the Kroll discussion we had, where you have the breaking point, sure, but you're not getting any stacks.
Well, he was also forced into that Atlas, tried to apply it to the Ringo. They did their best, but their best was not enough here. Scoundrel, my man, did it feel as dominating from your side of the pond?
It did indeed. It was a really dominant game there. Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic early start. And Team Queso, our team that we expected to, come out swinging here, have been trumped by Helldivers in this first game. The Alpha really got off to a good start, though. If you give a triple kill over to an Alpha, bad things are likely to happen. You get very close to that aftershock. Big item spike. I mean, if there's one item spike that Alpha likes to play around, it is that first aftershock pickup. You can get so much work done with that just one particular item. And obviously, we saw Pedron do that incredibly well. Now, Team Queso have got to reset. They have got to find their center once more and come back fighting here against Helldivers, who, I think to the surprise of a lot of people, did actually end up coming out on top. I mean, Bacon, if we were to go back and sort of look at that game and say what could have been done different, does it start in the draft for Queso? As I just think I'm waiting for Bacon. He might have popped to the loop. No, you're here.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I was just gonna say, I was just trying to think of I don't know if it completely goes back to the draft. I think a lot of it just goes back to that. It really goes back to that first engagement, that early movement from Helldivers. It seemed to completely catch Team Queso off guard. Like they just weren't expecting Helldivers to respond to their 3-man rotation with a 3-man rotation of their own. And it just kind of snowballed out of control from there. That really seemed to be the turning point for me.
Dude, they shouldn't have, instead of picking that Idris, they should have picked the Weaponozo. They had a Lance and an Adagio. They would have
Wait. We've seen Weaponozo in competitive before Humanist.
You know what? I'm just saying, it didn't feel like the Idris was played to a high level, and there's, as far as you're talking about the drafts, but I think his build was a major problem. They probably could have done fine this game if they had played better.
What was the build? What was the wrong with the build path that he went?
He went breaking point first. Stack Tyrant's Monocle, and Bacon was saying, it just feels better with the Sorrow Blade to start.
Yeah, I think one of the main aims I always find on Idris is to go straight for my divergent paths, especially his weapon power. It's so powerful. Yeah, for me, Sorrow Blade should be first item every time on Idris. But I don't want to make the same mistake that we made with Cruel, because we're now into this draft phase for the second game here between Helldivers and Team Queso. Adagio insta-locked by Helldivers, and actually Lyra is up and available because Alpha was banned by Team Queso, and they're going to get their hands on the Lyra this time round for potentially Perez, although obviously if you follow Best Chuck NA at all, you'll know that Lyra has been seen in lane from time to time, specifically against Vox. So it's going to be the Lyra initially, and the Samuel locked in here. Tasty Bacon, what's going on?
Well, it's kind of funny to me to see so much focus on Adagio now here in Europe. Because while it was a very common pick in week number 1, it had a little under a 50% win rate in Europe. But in North America, it had about an 80% win rate. And then we saw it all the time in the Vainglory 8, and now there's such a huge emphasis on it here in the European Challengers. So
In North
it's
America,
kind of funny how it just kind of switched from being an okay pick for Europe to now all of a sudden being a top tier.
In North America, we tend to see it going to the captain role. I think it was Iraqi Zorro might have played it in lane, whereas in Europe, everyone is kind of more gravitating towards that lane pickup. You know, or the jungle pickup in this case. You could potentially see here for Helldivers. They seem to like running the Adagio as CP more than putting Adagio in the captain role.
This is such an interesting draft. Having the Adagio and Ringo on the same team with a Fortress. I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Adagio be the captain with a jungle Crystal Fortress and the Ringo in the lane, but the Black Feather coming through with the Lyra, I think this could be really big.
Well, I'm about to hand it over to you two gentlemen to take us through this next game for a human eating a tasty bacon. Well, that's what I'm going to call these two. It's Humanist and Tasty Bacon. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you so much, Scoundrel.
Maybe Scoundrel should keep the mic muted at times.
Wow. Wow.
Not muted. You already handed off. All right. So, no, we love you, Scoundrel. Bacon, be nice to our
Nothing but love.
beloved
Nothing
host.
but love.
When I was watching this draft here, I was fearful for Team Queso until their last pick, and I thought it actually brought everything together. What do you think, Bacon?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I wasn't really fearful for them up until the last pick, but the last pick does definitely kind of bring their plan together, kind of makes you realize fully what they're looking to do, and that's going to be just poke and harass a bit with the Lyra and the Samuel, and then when they do decide to go all in on the fight, it becomes this like huge storm of damage, kind of similar to what we saw in our first series.
Yeah, it's just like just a violent form of damage against this is another run at you draft though with the Fortress. I mean, these Fortress drafts are gonna run straight at you, try to kill a target, massive damage output. But Team Queso can really stand their ground with what they've drafted up here. You know, they have Oblivion to throw out, control an area, Bright Bulwark. Perez taking a lot of damage off the bat. He's trying to get back. Oh my goodness, first blood, massive damage comes out here. Zose ain't able to grab that one.
And that just looked like a little bit of indecisiveness from Perez there. It seemed like he wanted to just run away, but like his teammates are saying, "Oh, we'll be there. We can fight. We can fight." And he was like, "I don't know, guys. I kind of can't." And like he was kind of stepping back and forth a little bit, and I think that ended up really costing him.
Yeah. A lot of times, you know, you get further and further into these tournaments, and you can make maybe a couple mistakes here and there, but you really have to tighten it up. You're gonna get punished for any hesitation.
Absolutely. Helldivers already up one game on this best of 3. They can win this one. They will be moving on in the winner's bracket. Of course, the loser of this series is not eliminated. It is a double elimination tournament, so they will go down to the loser bracket and have a chance to still come back and make it into that top 3 positioning where everyone is wanting to be, from 64 down to 3. To see who can challenge for a spot in the Bing 88.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. How many teams do we have left right now?
That's an excellent question. Because of the fact that there's so many games going on concurrently, it's kind of tough to tell the exact number.
Maybe production can ping us on that information at some point. I'd be very curious to find out. I think they're gonna check that for us in the background. But right now, yeah, it's just standard laning phase coming out here. Black Feather just trying to make sure he's getting his last hits, as he is taking quite a bit of harassment, but he has that Book of Eulogy, so he's sustaining up there, Bacon. Not a problem for him, plus the Lyra. It's pretty easy lane, all things considered here. Like, usually you're up against a Ringo, Adagio, these things, it's kind of tough for that melee laner.
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't gotten word from production on it yet. We'll still wait for the exact number from them, but I believe we should have about 32 teams still remaining in the challengers. It sounds like we're about halfway, but it's actually a little less than halfway because of that double elimination format.
Okay, thanks for the update there. I was just keeping my eyes on Perdune. Looked like he wanted to steal that Elder Tree up there. I did go over to Team Queso, and he didn't go for it. Amanoja, how did you say this guy's name yet, or am I the only one attempting that?
I've mostly been letting you handle it. You've been doing a great job.
Do you think I'm saying it okay? I'm an Ojaku.
I think so. If you
I'm
were
just gonna say
saying
Amon.
horribly, I would have chimed in on it.
I like Amon. That's much easier. Amon.
Mono. I
Man.
think a mono would be
Mono.
okay.
A mono.
Exactly.
It's a mono mono. Oh, let's go Amano, poking from range here. Lyra as well, plus Dark Ghost makes it pretty tough for Zozane trying to hold this lane here. I believe he does have his fountain money. It's actually quite a bit of money on this Adagio right now. Perdune moves up. Looks like, isn't that what you called for in the draft? You wanted to see the jungle fortress as he jumps forward on the Prez? It's a
Yeah,
reshape
absolutely.
for Team Queso.
This is what I was looking for, and I'm really happy to actually see it being run here. We'll see how they can make it work. Doesn't quite have the damage just yet. You know, opted for a little bit of early defense and isn't involved in this fight yet.
Oh my goodness, the Atlas Pauldron was just picked up. It's now being used in the fight, and there's almost nothing Ringo can do for the moment. He retreats, backs up, repositions, they jump back in. It's Perdune dropped first. They're looking for Penguin of War. Can they get it? Corrupted Genius, the Malice, the verdict. Oh, the verdict is you are dead, sir. Zozane. A little bit of damage there, but over the wall, Prez, the Sigil, Darkos misses the Malice and Verdict, but Prez is there. Prez finds the damage, finds the kill. 3 kills off the back of that. Not the ace, though, correct, Bacon?
If not ace, but still getting plenty of kills, able to get some pressure onto this turret. Verdun is going to be back here to push them away and make sure they don't take it down completely, but still a very good fight for the side of Team Case. And like you said, that Atlas Pauldron, early Atlas Pauldron, first item Atlas Pauldron.
Yeah.
That's not something we typically see, but it pays off in spades for Amano.
Yeah, I mean, well, even Adagio, when Adagio was, he can, even with very little items, just self-buff, you know, or you splash that gift fire, self-buff, and trade, you know, some decent damage to these fights. So you actually think about that as a right-clicking target through these, right-clicking, that's my PC experience, sorry about that. Basic attacking through these fights, and the Ringo, so it's shutting down the Ringo, it's shutting down the Fortress, it's shutting down the, I just love it.
Yeah, I mean, it was worked really well for them there. It's going to be a question of if it will work continuously once this fortress starts to get a little bit more damage. Has the Storm Crown completed now, but it's still sitting on just the Eclipse Prism as far as any meaningful team fight damage is concerned, so that's not really all that meaningful. But once that
really
gets turned into an Aftershock and maybe a Broken Myth comes out, we could be singing a different story.
We'll see. I mean, the timing on that is going to be pretty late for all those items to come together, especially if he looks to build any more defense. Right now, a lot of poke coming out from Team K, so you have to really respect everything that comes to the table. Bright Bulwark down before the engagement. That's the go signal. They turn it on to Amano. He's going to go ahead and rose defensive out of that one. Hellfire Brew comes through. It does connect. He's going to be ticking down. Their fountain's been burned. Sigil comes out. It's going to go ahead and heal that team up a little bit right here. Helldiver is still holding their fountain. They're at a pretty massive advantage here.
And that right there could be an example of like a big difficulty for Helldivers, is that Team Queso are so good at retreating out of a bad position or a bad fight. You put down that sigil, if you're damaged, it's going to get popped very quickly while it tries to heal all 3 members of the team, so you get that movement speed. Obviously, Samuel in a Drifting Dark going backwards can kite very well, and of course Rose Offensive being used to get out of there as well.
Ooh, Rose offensive. They're trying to take down this turret, but he's going to trade over his life. I don't know if that was necessary, my man. Oh, Amano goes down, and Penguin of War and company not really looking to fully engage onto the remaining members of Team Queso. Going to move forward here, probably take the mid away. What else do they take off the map? It's just a mid and a front steal.
Yeah, that's all they're really going to be able to get out of this. And you said the death may not have been necessary, but it was absolutely worth it because they give up only 1 kill, lose out on a treant, and in return they take the first turret of the game. That's a lot more gold going the way of Queso, and a lot more map pressure now available to them as well.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be able to apply a little more pressure. I feel, you know, if I'm Penguin of War on this Ringo right now, probably feeling pretty nervous about this Black Feather.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shuts you down early with this Atlas. And a lot of times that's not coming out for a while. So suddenly you just don't have that team fight impact from the very beginning of the game. And you know the Blackfeather is just going to get stronger eventually, going to want to stick right on you, and it's going to be fairly easy.
How about the second item from Prez? Another Atlas Pauldron. They are just going all in on the shutdown Ringo train. It is going to be just trying to get the Blackfeather Rose offensive in, pop the Atlas Pauldron, and wait a little bit. Once it is about to time out, you just have the Lyra use her portals to get in there, the Arcane Passage, and put down another set of the Atlas Pauldron. And this Ringo is just going to have his attack speed slowed for the entire duration of a fight. It's going to be a pretty tough time for Penguin.
if he's Atlas through the whole fight, I'm pretty sure they're gonna lose the fight. If he's able to block one, maybe they miss one, I think they're gonna have a chance here. There's definitely a lot of firepower on both sides. Net worth quite even here, approaching 10 minutes into this game. 3 kills for Team Queso to the 2 of Helldivers. Both teams it looks quiet across the map as no team fully engaging. It was just kind of that fighting for objectives.
Mono does have the Serpent's Mask completed now, so his survivability is going to be through the roof. Goldmine being taken.
Perez, Arcane Passage forward. He got the Atlas off, so that's the start of the fight. Their attack slowed through this, but the burst comes out and lands the stun onto 2. They've turned it with the attack and the back out. Woohoo! Blackfeather just got dumpstered right there, and Team Queso dismantled. Did you catch who caught that, or who got that gold payout? Was that Helldivers?
Yeah, the gold payout did go to Helldivers. It looked like Prez maybe jumping the gun a little bit there, jumping in with that Arcane Passage, and the team just was not ready to follow.
Yeah, because I mean that's one way to do it. Like, you know, it's instant right on top of Ringo. Pretty hard to deal with that Atlas. Like, it's usually gonna land. But your team has to follow you.
Yeah, the Atlas Pauldron went down. It got onto Ringo, but by the time the rest of Team Queso was there ready to fight, the Atlas Pauldron had worn off. Uninhibited, just pumping out damage into that team fight. 2 quick kills, get a turret themselves for it, and that is all of a sudden now Helldivers with a gold lead and a kill lead 11 and a half minutes into this game.
So I think, you know, while I like both of these drafts, I think either draft could win this game. It's easier to execute Helldivers draft. That's probably the advantage they have here. Boots forward, self-gift the fire. They are burning right here. But this Blackfeather going hard onto Ringo. He's got the Atlas down. Ringo can't fight. He's trying to reposition right here. Another Rose offensive. Arcane Passage onto the backside. Samuel's trading with the Ringo right here. Ringo, is he going to be able to take him down? Penguin of War will fall. They traded 1 for 1. This Blackfeather starting to do pretty good work here. Gift fire burning through. They traded. Blackfeather falls. It's actually enough damage out of that fortress. It's kind of strange how it's bursting through this fight. You know, he gets his B off onto a target. That aftershock damage coming through in burst chunks. At the end of it, 2 for 2 there.
Yeah, and I mean this fortress is all about, you know, different burst spikes. The burst from the aftershock is one of them. The burst from when those bleed stats build up is a second one. And again, that was a really nice start to the fight for the side of Team Queso. So Dajio gets rooted by the Treant and can't kill it as a result. Oh, that's unfortunate. But you know, they got onto him. The Blackfeather jumped in, got the Atlas Pauldron down. It was exactly what I was saying. They waited a few seconds. Once the Atlas Pauldron wore off, then the Arcane Passage came through, put another Atlas Pauldron onto him. But Penguin, not War, did such a good job of just moving in that fight to avoid taking too much damage before those Atlas Pauldrons wore off. And once they did, he was able to then, you know, get his damage down, allowed a kill to go through in favor of Helldivers, which then let them come out with an even trade on the team fight. So for the side of Team Queso, getting the Atlas Pauldron down to Ringo was really well done, but they need to be able to kill Ringo during that time, because once the Atlas Pauldrons wear off, this Ringo has a ton of damage. Going for this Poison Shiv, once again, love the Poison Shiv into this composition.
Love it. Absolutely loving it right now, Bacon. I'm on the same train. They all, you know, another thing I want to mention. This is double Atlas Pauldron now for Helldivers. And Blackfeather's at the point where, with Breaking Point, he's looking to get some attacks down through these fights. And that's going to be just as effective against him as these double Atlas will against the Ringo. Things really starting to even up.
It's actually almost more effective against the Blackfeather, just because Blackfeather is going to be getting the healing from those attacks. And so by slowing up his attack speed, he isn't able to heal quite as much. So it kind of has the double blade there going into the Blackfeather, preventing the damage and preventing him from healing.
I mean, plus the mortal wound coming out of the fortress. You got the poison shiv. It negates a lot of that healing that he would be receiving on that side.
Yeah, and that was one of the big advantages that Team Queso had, is they are a super sustainable team. And so you get those mortal wounds down, and all of a sudden that big advantage becomes just only a slight advantage instead.
I love their positioning right now. I love it. They could be one brush farther forward on the opposite side of that wall. That's like the super surprise bush right there, and you see they would just roast them because they didn't flare that bush. They haven't flared this one, and this is oftentimes why you can hide here. A lot of teams will find it, but it's Samuel who finds out with an Achilles shot. They're followed up with the damage. Actually, a heal in the burst comes out. It's been blocked. Penguin War taking a lot of damage. Oh, he can't be on the front line like that. Ringo, he's in position this time, Bacon. Now Perdune and company chasing onto Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost is low. He's fallen. Perdune goes down. It's a double kill. A mono following, looking for Zozane. It should be a pretty easy kill, as there's no way this Adagio gets away. Arcane Passage forward. Not even needed. Like, that maybe would give Adagio his only way out of that fight, actually. But they find the kill. That's the full ace. Wonderful fight for Queso, and it looks like a Kraken off the back.
Yeah, and you gotta figure that's just misplays by Helldivers. They had the jump. They had every advantage you could ask for going into that, but as you said, Penguin, not War, just way too deep. You can't be in the thick of things as a Ringo in that situation, but now he has a chance to maybe try and steal this Kraken. It would be super, super risky, but he is in position. Here come the Wolves.
Here come the Wolves. Ringo, what's the play, baby? He's not going to go for it. He backs out.
That's so anticlimactic.
Oh, I know. Thought he was going to make the plays, Bacon. I feel like Helldivers from game 1 would have made the plays.
Well, Helldivers, now they need to actually recall here so that they can get infusions up. They are going to be doing that. Adagio still has an infusion from level 10, but both Fortress and Ringo just picking one up there. And they're now going to deal with this Kraken pushing in. Usually a fight ends up happening at this third turret, but like Queso, they want it now.
Oh, they're going for it. Zozane taking a lot of damage here. He's slowed up, getting very low. Whoa! Be careful there. As Mono jumps forward. One Atlas used. Both Atlas. Okay, Zozane's Atlas coming back up. We'll be ready to use in this fight here. Choke point turrets down. Team Queso looking to go ahead and regroup under the sigil. Get some healing burst and move speed. They move back forward. Perdune taking some poke damage from range. The on point, the basics from Lyra and the Malice and Verdict starting to add up. Kraken's getting low. They're going to have to get out of here. Hellfire Brew blocked off. Attack of the Pack comes out. The Helldivers look to chase here now. Who's going to be the target? Dark Ghost is kind of lingering on the backside. They jump forward. Prez taking the damage, but they switched over to a mono as he jumps forward, blowing up the Blackfeather. Look at how fast that damage came out. Oh, Prez tries to split from Dark Ghost and buy some time here. Dark Ghost tries to throw the Malice of Verdict. He's low on his energy. That Corrupted Genius and the Malice of Verdict not going to be enough. Fountain comes out to keep Perduna alive. There's no way you run from this fortress, especially a farmed fortress. Gets the kill. That's the ace. Crystal Sentry will be on the menu as well. And now 10-8. Kill and net worth advantage to Helldivers.
Yeah, they did lose quite a bit of ground in the lane as a result of that Kraken push, but such a good job of answering and being able to chase down the ace, getting that with just a few seconds to spare. That's going to be a turret going back their way, and as a result, you can see the gold lead. I mean, even though they just got shoved in very, very deep into their base, they have about a 4,000 gold lead to their favor, so still doing a great job, our Helldivers. I think most thoroughly impressed by the fact that Perdue is having this much of an effect on the fortress with only an aftershock as an offensive item. He now has the heavy prism just to do a little bit more damage, but without having the broken myth, he's still putting out a ton of damage. So they're trying to set up another party brush here.
Well, what's cool is like, I mean, these items are great for him. He gets the cooldown reduction, some true damage coming down. All of these things are great. He has just natural damage built into when he overdrives his Law of the Claw, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, even without items, like naturally if you focus one target, it's gonna have huge burst of damage. Blackfeather's forced to use his boot. No, he didn't use his boots. It was War Treads maybe used there. Sentry defeated, 1 life remaining on that. As the Drifting Dart goes down, Team Queso looking to find a target, looking to find some damage. They're gonna have to be careful. Helldivers have regrouped. Moving forward, it's just kind of a vision war, back and forth, flares coming out, Venn diagrams of opposing teams' flares. Zozane clearing both bushes here. I was talking, was I talking with you this weekend about bush versus brush?
Yeah. It was all 3 of us at the analyst desk.
What do you prefer on that?
I prefer brush.
Sometimes it feels better.
I feel like it's almost like it depends on what you're saying. Like if you put a word for like the try bush, I prefer. But if it's just the brush in general.
Oblivion comes out. It's actually Ringo able to claim the Kraken here, but the fight is on. Arcane Passage back. I don't know about that one, Lyra. Your team didn't take the call. Blackfeather tries to reposition as he took a lot of damage in the beginning of that fight. Dark Ghost feeling healthy. Were they able to block off that Hellfire? Oh, Blackfeather, no! Miscommunication central! Now Team Queso will have to be on the retreat here. They've lost 1, plus they need to deal with this Kraken. Perdue dropped back to take his mid, get a little regen off of that as they had their regen canceled off when the fight started. What was going on there?
I mean, the fight was actually really well played by both teams up until Amano came back down into it afterwards, and I don't think he like registered the fact that Helldivers had vision of him because of the Kraken. So they see him coming down, Helldivers say, oh, you know what? We could go and chase this fight and get flanked by a Blackfeather, or we could back off and just completely obliterate this Blackfeather as he tries to sneak up behind us.
Yeah. One of those where you're like, wait, he's not gonna... Wait, yeah, he's coming.
I think it's almost more like, wait, guys, look, type of thing, like, he's actually coming. Yeah. So they end up just blowing up Blackfeather. It does actually end up giving Prez and Dark Ghost a chance to get back into the base to help defend with that Kraken, but it's still, it looks awkward when it happens at the live moment, but
and there was a lot of awkward moments in that fight, like, you know, Prez throwing the Arcane Passage like at half range backwards to disengage. Like, it was very clear that the captain Roamer, you know, in that fight did not want it. They're moving in from the backside. Helldivers with a nice rotation. Who's their target? Looks like it's Dark Ghost. Hellfire Brew gonna come out from range here. Blocked off, not gonna fully come through, but oh my goodness, they just locked this Blackfeather down. Amano just getting destroyed. Oblivion's gonna come out here. Lyra's fallen as well. It's Dark Ghost on the run. I don't think there is a way in the Vainglory world the Dark Ghost gets out of this one. That's the ace. Helldivers just absolutely putting it together here.
100%. And, you know, Helldivers coming into this one, they were the underdogs. You know, it was Team Queso, I believe number 5 seed, no, not number 5, number 7 seed. Helldivers number 10 seed. So it was a very close matchup as far as the seeding is concerned, but Helldivers, they absolutely brought their A game here today, and they are going to be moving on to the next round of the winner's bracket. And this next round of the winner's bracket they're about to get into is extremely important, because if they win their next game, they are into the playoffs of challengers. You know, the final week where we're down to, I believe, 8 teams when we get to that stage. You have the much shorter road to getting into the top 3 of the challengers and into those challenge battles.
It's pretty exciting, man. I'd love to see these teams just battling their way through, and it'd be awesome to see a team like this make it up there and and get their shot at those challenge battles. They look like they have the talent. They've got fun drafts, strong drafts. They're gonna have to tighten up on some small mistakes to beat the top teams, but I like what they've done. Ex-Scoundrel, are you liking it?
Oh, dude, that was an insane game. Gotta say, back and forth a little bit. I thought that maybe Team Queso had it at the start, and I thought that Black Feather was going to come through for them, but some mispositioning. I really, again, I kind of like that Poison Shift pick coming out from Ringo. You know, it does so well against Serpent's Mask, it does so well against Lyra. You know, you didn't really feel like Black Feather had that usual sustain because he had to go up against the mortal wounds that the Poison Shift was putting out there. You kind of reduced Ringo's burst damage ever so slightly, but yeah, I genuinely really like the way that Helldivers play the game. They looked very, very strong here. Knock out Team Queso 2-0. Obviously, Team Queso are not out of this tournament yet, though. They are still in the losers bracket, so they still have a chance to make it through, and we'll see how they perform as time goes on. Now, we're actually going to cut to a very quick break, guys. We want to get this underway because we've got another game coming your way. It's going to be Element Team Ice versus THN Envy. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory League Spring Split. We're in week 2, and we've gone through our winners bracket games, and now we are down into the losers bracket. This is do or die for teams from here on out. My name is Scoundrel. I am joined by Humanist and Tasty Bacon, and we are about to get into the latter half of our day here at the Vainglory League. Now, before we get into the game, I believe we're just waiting for some players. This is going to be Element Team Ice versus THNenvy. I'm going to tell you a little bit about a giveaway that we have going on right now. It's a pretty awesome one. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure some of you have. It is this Elgato giveaway that we are doing, 2 HD60S and weekly 9000 Ice over at vaingloryleague.com/giveaway. So make sure that you go and check those out. They are awesome, and credit to and thanks to Elgato for giving all the capture cards for the giveaway, and obviously Vainglory League for doing all of these giveaways. They are fantastic, I'm sure you would agree. Now, we are into the draft phase already, so I won't go over the winners' prizes here at the Vainglory League. I'll do that next. And we're going to go straight in with a Finn ban here. Tasty Bacon, Finn ban, first of the day.
Finn taken right off the board, so we're going to have at least one of the 2 healers available. With the Lyra ban, it does mean Adagio will be the only one. I kind of expect to see it first picked here. We've seen such a big emphasis on the Adagio thus far today.
Yeah, Adagio definitely has been making it through a lot of drafts as well. As Lyra comes through, instant Adagio lock-in. We were completely expecting that. You did say, Tasty Bacon. And now it's up to THNenvy to find a response. They're looking at the Lance here. Lance obviously still quite popular in that captain position, and Lance will be locked in along with thinking about their carry potentially. Vox is on the table, Ringo's on the table, but with Ringo up, they might even lock in the Vox here, which, you know, could potentially be a little bit scary. We'll have to see. There's plenty of options up for them. It's going to be the Blackfeather, early Blackfeather rotation here, guys.
Yeah, Blackfeather, definitely a pick that it's kind of surprising because, I mentioned it this past weekend where we saw it getting banned away an awful lot, and then once he kind of stopped being banned, nobody was really playing it. So it was a little bit strange to see. There was a lot of teams worried about it, but then never really came to fruition. But this Kestrel coming through here, Kestrel is very good into Blackfeather. That could be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, obviously. Oh, Humanist is back. Hello, Humanist. How are you, buddy?
Well, I've been here the whole time, team.
Oh, hey, dude.
I was just hoping that we would see the CP Kestrel here.
Okay, with the Sky, but we could see Weapon Power Sky. Obviously, she did just receive a buff in Update 2.2, slightly buffing the Weapon Power ratio on her forward barrage, but I mean, I personally prefer CP Kestrel in most situations. I don't know, I'm still not a big fan of Weapon Power Kestrel. It's just a personal opinion of mine. I think there's just better Weapon Power carries right now. But it's going to be the Sky and the Kestrel locked in. The general rule of thumb is that you might end up putting Sky in the CP route, and it's going to be Koshka locked in as well, gentlemen. I'm going to leave you both to break these down as you take us through with your dulcet tones on the Halcyon Fold.
We'll do our best, Scoundrel. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gents, about to load into this one here. Koshka coming through as the last pick, Bacon. You think this wraps up the comp well?
I don't know. I mean, it gives them now 3 melee heroes. Lance kind of I guess a mid-range, even though it is considered a melee attack. But they're going to have to do a lot of work to be able to... Obviously, they can cut down the space between the 2 teams very easily with Rose Offensives and Pouncy Funds. But to then be able to stick in a fight could be where they might have some trouble. If the side of... I believe that is the Ice team. Their team.
Element team is Bob.
Yeah, I was gonna say their tag has nothing to do with their team. So Element Team Ice.
If you want to tilt Bacon, that's one way to do it.
But yeah, Element Team Ice, if they can disengage from fights using that active camo, which it looks like it is going to be a weapon power Kestrel, so we'll be able to pop that active camo very quickly. And then of course Sky having the ability to Surrey strike through fights could actually really work out in their favor if they can just avoid that initial burst of damage coming out from the side of THNenvy.
What do you think is the decision-making process between deciding to go weapon Kestrel versus the CP Kestrel this game?
I honestly think a lot of it was just the fact that there is so much engage from the side of GH and Envy that they want having that weapon potential, the ability to just jump into that active camo very quickly after taking damage. I think that may have been the key decision or the key factor in the decision.
Okay. Well, Jesus taking some pretty good damage up in the lane here. As both the Kestrel firing shots and Mengutsu on this Adagio being very annoying. You see the rest of TH and Envy though, pressuring the jungle as Dorcas and Israel look to take down the mids. They will go ahead and grab that. They're going to rotate up the backside, and they have the position advantage here. They're going to be able to find a kill. Let's see if we start off with an impaler and get them walled. They're going to jump forward, get the wall back. And yep, it is going to be Kestrel going down. They were stacked on top of each other there for a sec. A nice first blood, and that was just a positioning error.
I mean, partially a positioning error, but partially also just a really nice movement from TH and Envy to come up from the backside. You don't often see teams have the ability to sneak up around to the opponent's side of the mustache bush this early on in the game. So I really like that movement that they made in order to pick up that first kill, get that first blood bonus going.
Oh, look at you. The glass is half full. They can, and that's fair enough. It was a good rotation, so I think we should give him credit for that. I just think Adagio, if he had, hung out in the back and in the brush, he would have seen them coming. Israel jumps forward, twirly death pounce of fun, just pretty good quick damage, but a nice heal coming out of Adagio, and this guy is doing just fine here.
Yeah, able to really do something. I actually wouldn't mind seeing them swap and keep the Sky in the lane and let the Kestrel go down into the jungle for a little bit. But I feel like either of these two can excel in both the lane and the jungle, so they are going to be having the Kestrel come and reclaim the lane for now. Let's see if they can find anything. Dorcas is being very, very risky playing this, just sticking around with his health being as low as it is.
He definitely is. I think he knows he can push the limits here. Yeah, he's definitely gotta be careful. I don't know. As far as this Blackfeather though, he's farming very well. He's got to be happy about this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 31 CS to 21 of the Kestrel. Of course, a lot of the lane CS did go to the Sky when she took over the lane. But then you look at the Sky CS numbers, it's 17 to the 18 of the Tasha. So overall, really nice job by TH and Envy. Having about a little under 1,000 gold lead. It's slightly diminishing now, but I mean, this was a team that when we first saw them on day one, they played up against Mean Kitties, and I was very impressed with the way TH and Envy played.
Woo! Dorcas! That was the clincher. Oh my goodness, that is just a forward barrage. I don't think he even had target lock on that one. Nice damage coming out here early. It's Tesla free. Not grabbing boots, just getting straight into some CP damage, and it appears to be working pretty well.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out from the Sky on those forward garages. Like I said, didn't have the target lock bonus. If it did, that's an easy kill going the way of Element Ice.
Yeah, and Jesus realizes the same thing. It's gonna be the Fountain forced out here. As soon as Lance got back to lane, Tesla free takes a little bit of damage as the Koshka jumps forward. They do not have their own Fountain, although Adagio can heal here in just a second. Israel jumps forward, he gets one. Perfect Koshka play right there. Using that move speed, the gap closing abilities, and that high damage output.
Yeah, really nice job. I mean, Koshka hasn't actually gone to the shop at all yet. Still sitting on just the 2 crystal bits.
Really dirty.
She's gonna get very strong as she does off by the aftershock. Gonna be a nice little power spike for her here in the early goings.
That is super nice. Yeah, you can just dip to shot, grab your boots and your aftershock. Is this blitz mode? I don't know. No, I mean, yeah, it's just that she saved up money for so long. It's 5 minutes in. She could definitely have these items now. She's just doing pretty well.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, you can kind of catch your opponents off guard by doing that. You know, the last time they saw you, they were like, okay, you had some good damage, but it wasn't anything amazing. Now you have a full tier 3 item the next time they see you. Like, that can just really be a big surprise.
We'll find out right now. Jump 4, Yummy Catnip Frenzy comes out. Heroines is chopped down as well. Jesus taking a lot of damage. He repositions to the backside of the fight. Mangetsu had to dip out of there pretty quick as Adagio looked like he was going to fall. In fact, he will double kill for Israel's Koshka. He's on a roll right now, and I think it's pretty safe to say that this guy knows how to play Kosh.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, THN Envy I have actually been really impressed with what I've seen from them. The only loss they have thus far in the Challengers is to a number 3 seed in Waves, which is like an all-star lineup if you see the team that they have. But I mean, that's a Vainglory 8 level team. And they even won a game off of them. That was a 3-game set. So THN Envy definitely looking very, very strong. I would not be surprised if they end up making a deep run out of the losers bracket. I mean, they're really only in the losers bracket due to just having such an incredibly hard matchup earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely got a sense of very high level play out of this team when we watched them before, so I would agree with your analysis on that one. Flares come out. They realize there's a scout trap down in the brush there. The Dorcas is hanging out as well. Israel's to the top side. I'm not sure if they saw that or not. Yeah, it looks like they had an idea as the flare comes out.
Yeah, well, that's something that we saw that we didn't see in earlier games today.
Something we didn't see, saw. Well, yeah, he was getting just wrecked time and time again. There was the curl Catherine that was using on the top bush there. And Gutso's going to be impaled up. Get the inwalled back, but nothing really to follow. Israel made his way up into the lane here. Heroines uses boots to get back under that turret. Very close to getting in a dangerous position there. There's your forward barrage. Impale, that's a lot of damage. Sky has made a mistake. Uh-oh, immediately regretting her decision to move forward there.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah. On this day. Uh-oh, Impale, Pouncy Fun. That's a dead Kestrel. THN Envy, if you didn't believe us before, guys, you're starting to see it. They're just picking their opponents apart at this point.
Yeah, and it's such... the coordination is what really impresses me the most. That's kind of what we always kind of talk about is lacking in a lot of these challenger teams. Is, you know, the decision making, the trust of knowing that when their captain or whoever is the one making the engages makes the decision to go in, the rest of the team moving as one and going in with them. And that's exactly what THN Envy is doing. You know, the Impale goes and the rest of the team is just immediately on top of that target and just taking them down. They get 2 more quick, clean kills there. They haven't gotten a whole lot of damage onto this turret just yet, but they have a 6-kill lead, and the gold is continuing to grow in their favor.
THN Envy with the forward position here, man, gets us stunned up by Dorcas. He's just trying to hold this forward position where they can have that advantage. He has to give it up right here, but Israel's made the rotation up. This might be a bad play as the Impale to get the wall back. Israel's getting some damage, but doesn't want to fully commit here. Could have been maybe a death from above situation, you know, as he's getting that yummy catnip frenzy out. Israel, he just playing patiently here, waiting as 3 from Team Element Ice, or Team Element. Over here, Team Bob.
Team Bob.
Element Team Ice hanging out. It's gonna be the Impale here onto that Sky. Dorcas knocks him back. Still holding his fountain. Still holding a Crucible. So it just feels like a little bit of a research here as both teams poke back and forth to see who can get an advantage. On point lands, but so does 3 Glimmer shots. Your active Camelot's down. Kestrel starting to get low on energy. Dorcas eats the 1-shot 1-kill. That might have been a play where it signals them to go. Heron's taking a lot of damage. Israel jumps back in. The first land stuns Koshka out of the yummy catnip frenzy. They still lose the Kestrel. They're looking for more Tesla free, and then Getso able to back themselves up. That was pretty funny timing for that verse to come out.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned that the 1-shot going through may have been a sign for them to go. I assume you're talking about Element Ice in this situation, but instead that ends up being the go signal for THN Envy.
I was thinking THN Envy just because, like, if the Kestrel's low energy, you know the burst damage has come out, and you're still in decent, you know, fighting shape and have a fountain, so it felt like a go signal for THN Envy.
That's exactly what it was. They got that kill. Koshka still just being very aggressive. Now has the broken myth to go along with this aftershock, so it's going to be even more damage if she sticks around in these fights. 7-0 kill lead. They still haven't gotten much work done for that turret. That's obviously, you know, going to be a key factor and something that Element Dice can hold on to for now. fact that they do have a lot of defenses still in place, but looks like THN Envy, they're starting to get. Oof, that was very close to being a stun onto the Kestrel blindly.
All right, so Bacon, say that you are captain of Element Team Ice right now. You're the shot caller. What are you telling your team to try and pull them back into this game?
That's an excellent question. I feel like they need to just focus on trying to just poke a little bit more. Don't blow all of your energy on that harassment, but just focus on just not getting jumped on. You play safe for now. Let yourself scale up. See what you can do when they do jump in on you like this, but
oh, she's able to get the active camo down. Death from Above's gonna whiff. Very defensively placed abilities here. Maybe rightfully so. It's kind of what you were saying, don't try to do any more than you need. And so they're just hanging out under the safety of their turret. A lot of damage coming out onto Dorcas and Jesus. He's holding the fountain here as long as possible. So Israel's just hanging around the outside edges of the fight, looking for a target. Two-man impale. Israel jumps forward. Truly dead. The Bounty Fund stacking up. They've taken down the sky. Are they going to jump back in? Yummy Catnip Frenzy. Heroine's getting very low. Heroine's is down. Are they going to jump forward onto Mengetsu? Israel jumps forward, forces the burst, gets back out. Is he going to get back in? He's onto the turret. Jesus is there as well. And it looks like two of TH and Envy will go for the gold miner. Jesus hangs out in the lane just for a second longer. He makes his way back down to the gold miner as well.
And I mean, the side of Element Ice, like, they did such a good job of fighting defensively for a while. They got a lot of damage down onto Jesus and Dorcas, but then just one impale connects, hits multiple targets, and all of a sudden you have Jesus and Israel just jumping onto their faces and melting them. That defensive play, they're doing a great job of it for a while, but then they just always seem to slip up just a little bit, and Dorcas is right there to take advantage. I've been very impressed with the Lance play coming out of Dorcas, his ability to just spot when someone is overextended just enough for his team to be able to capitalize, and just always pulling the trigger on it.
Yeah, he's been landing some very nice impales, and we've talked about it as being, sometimes in drafts, if you land impales, you're winning games. If you miss them, you're losing games. And so it can be, a point, a major key point to these victories here. It looks like he's doing it very well thus far. This one's going to miss. It's okay, he's gonna have it up in about 6 seconds here. Death from Above's gonna come down. TH and Envy look like they want to ingress onto Tesla Free. Fountain comes out. He's trying to dip backwards. He is, but the impale's there once again. Koshka follows. Israel jumps back in with a yummy Catnip Frenzy. They've taken 2 Bacon. They're going to take 3. Pedal to the metal right here. That's the ace. That is the turret. It's going to be the Jungle Vax taken away by Israel as well. 12-0. Almost a kill a minute here.
TH and Envy just, at this stage of the game now, look like they're just outclassing their opponents. It is just a show that they are putting on. 12 kills to 0, 14 minutes. The gold lead is just immense, and now they're just going to continue to add to it as they steal away the jungle. And they have Kraken spawning in 30 seconds. They can look to pick that up when it spawns and try and force an end game situation. But TH and Envy, they've just been all over Element Ice here in game 1.
Oh, they definitely have been. Infusion's halfway timed out here for Jesus. Dorcas has his own infusion. They've made their way up to lane, waiting for Koshka to clear that jungle out. It's the 3 of Element Ice trying to just go move forward as a group. They're really not looking to be split apart. Pretty smart movement right now.
Looking for a potential situation for another fight. It looks like they're kind of prepping for it. Koshka making a trip down to the shop, picking up that infusion, and now it looks like they're ready.
Yeah, it looks like, well, Death from Above kind of canceled that off. Israel is here, though. He's using that wall nicely. Who's going to be his target as he jumps around the backside. The scout trap did scout him out. They get the wall backwards. They're very far, but they don't care about diving. The verse is going to come out. Mengetsu not really having any effect. Fountain just a little bit too late here. Dorcas and Israel getting in deep into this one. Tesla Free is down as well. Koshka, just kill him on his healing platform. You don't care. She bouncy funds to the turret, is right back out of that one. And the move speed is so hard to deal with here. I've always thought that CP Sky particularly struggles against a Lance, whether it's a jungle Lance or a Captain Lance. And with that combined with the Koshka, it just feels like Tesla Free can't do anything.
Yeah, and you know, it was kind of funny because when Lance first came out, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Sky does so well into Lance because she's so mobile, and she can just avoid everything he tries to do." But it's actually really tough to try and avoid an impale with a Sky. Like he doesn't really have. You have to be so quick if you're gonna try and slowly strike away from it. If you get thrown into a wall with the Githian wall, then you're not going to be able to avoid the impale that follows it up. It's actually very easy for the Lance to lock down the Sky, and this was something that it started to happen a couple seasons ago, and a lot of people really started to recognize that Lance is actually very strong into the Sky. Doesn't quite hit that impale, but the team doesn't care.
Oh, Jesus is going hard this time. His team backed out though. They're right back in it. Israel jumps in very quickly out of that fight. Jesus just on a sliver of health, able to get out of that as the turret almost taking him down. Dorcas holding the fountain because that's all calculated, right?
100% calculated.
Calculated.
Everything.
Well, that was a danger. That was kind of funny. For me, that last fight kind of signals that Blackfeather is really ready to fight. Wow, Jesus would have died right there. They jump back in. Israel looking for this. But it was the fact that Jesus wasn't jumping in. It was the other two. And then this fight, he was the one jumping in. Tesla Free with the forward barrage, getting damage down. They're able to take the mid. That did go over to Heroines.
I think TH and Envy really just kind of waiting for their health to come back up. As actually they're going to send the Blackfeather all the way back to base just to get it back a little bit quicker. I feel like they wanted to fight there around that mid-treant, but just recognized, with two of our members starting at about half health, that's a disadvantage we don't want to take a chance on. So they go heal up, and now they should be ready to go. Koshka just needs to get the infusion. Has the gold for it now, can go pick it up from the shop. I figure that's exactly what Israel's going to do.
Well, tough times here for Element Team Ice. They need a perfect fight. Dorcas is moving forward for his team. He's just looking for that impale. It's so threatening. They have to respect it. Like, he might not have the damage, but just that impale landing means his team's gonna follow up.
And they also have to respect the fact that they don't know where the rest of the team is. Like, they could be right behind Dorcas, just looking to follow it up, but they are actually working on this Kraken. Dorcas didn't take a lot of damage as he tries to just delay them getting their big Githian wall.
Yeah, big Githian wall. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy comes through, blocked off. The chase is on. Heroin trying to get back. He lands an active time though. Fountain comes out. He can't stay alive. Tesla Free will go down as well. Mangetsu lets out this burst of despair. That's their ace. They'll probably take the Crystal Century, move on to the Kraken. Huh?
It's a burst of desperation.
Yeah. Basically.
Another for TH and Envy. Another really good team. They're just so far ahead that there really isn't much that Element Team Ice can do in this situation. Kraken is going to go down. I don't even know if they needed the Kraken at this point, but they're going to go ahead and take it anyway. And
but why not, huh?
Why not? Ace buff minions are cleared out into the turret, but they are now going to be dealing with the largest minion of all, the Kraken.
The largest minion of all. Gonna march down the lane. 20 minutes in, 17-0. Clinic, as Bacon would say. Yummy Cat and Frenzy over the wall. Tesla Free, get wrecked! Jay just delete him off the map. Did he ever respawn last time? I'm not even sure, Bacon.
It certainly doesn't look like it as Kraken finally gets here, and they can look to end this game. If they don't take too much damage, Tesla actually doing quite a bit, but they're just getting jumped.
My goodness. The only respect they have is for that healing platform. This is pretty much it right there. Jesus just in and out of that active camo, doesn't even care. It's gonna be the last turret going down. Kraken very healthy, and this is THNNB showing why there's a good chance that they might make it through only this round, but maybe the next.
Yeah. Why we have it has a double elimination format. They ran up against Waves. It's, again, a team of proven players, a team of players that have all been in the live championships before. That's the only loss they have, and they still took a game off of them. So it's a highly competitive team in THNNV. Thanks to the double elimination format, they are still in this tournament. They still have a chance to prove that they have what it takes to try and get those challenge battles. So the format obviously doing its job and working to great effect here in game number 1. They still have to take game number 2 off of Element Team Ice, but they just looked so dominant in this first game.
They surely did. Very dominant. I'm not even sure what you do in game 2. My man, Scoundrel, you got any ideas for us?
Well, I think you can start by saying that this double dive composition seemed to be a strength for THNenvy, so maybe try and force them into a composition where that's not as relevant, or that's, you know, maybe a little bit harder to pull off, because with the Koshka and the Blackfeather, they seem like they really knew how to execute on that one, guys. Really, really strong performance from them in that respect. I just think, yeah, go back to the draft phase and say, okay, I mean, we first picked Adagio. They seem to have a plan for first pick Adagio. Maybe we ban Adagio, we ban Lyra, and then we reset that draft board completely and go with something completely different. I don't know how you guys feel.
Feels like they need to get rid of the Koshka for sure.
Yeah.
Letting the Lance go through is pretty tough as well. I mean, Bacon touched on it. Like, Dorcas was just on point with his impales.
Maybe B-side becomes a more interesting draft for now. You know, for these guys, Element Team Ice, maybe they do better on that B-side draft, as we are actually into the draft phase already, quickly kicking things off here. And it is going to be THNenvy on the A side this time round, so they're going to get that first pick potential. And it's going to be Element Team Ice with the double pick on B side. I mean, they should have a good response coming through. Gentlemen, what are you expecting?
Bacon? What do you think?
I feel like Element Team Ice need to... The Lance and the Koshka were both so impactful. I feel like they need to prevent one of those two from going through.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to have the opportunity to take some of those, but said Adagio, hey, if it's up, why not?
I guess if you feel confident that you've got an Adagio composition, you don't think they're going to play a Lance sort of Koshka like they did into you that as well. You know, as well as they executed it last game, essentially. You know, you're putting it on the table and saying, well, you could play the same composition into us, but remember our second A-side draft might be slightly better, or we might even know how to play better into that particular composition. But it is going to be a kind of a twist on the same thing, you'd have to say. Fortress and Blackfeather, an immediate lock-in here for Element Team Ice.
Yeah, I mean, we've been fans of the Blackfeather, or the Blackfeather, and especially the Fortress thus far today. The ability to just dive onto your opponents, but the Rona can do extremely well against Blackfeather and Fortress. Obviously, both wanting to be in melee. Those wolves just add another target for her to just feed fortified health off of.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited to see the Rona come out with the Arden. That means it's going to be a carry Adagio as well. It's going to be one scary Rona.
And also, it kind of shuts down that potential Koshka round. If they wanted to do a similar thing with a Fortress instead of a Lance, it shuts that in its tracks, right? Because 3 melee into Rona, she'll eat them up. That'll be a field day for her. So, you know, she's that's a very intelligent lock-in, and it's actually going to be the Ringo response by Element Team Ice here. So, carry Adagio with a nice delivery system in the form of Rona, Gift of Fire, and it's going to be Arden rounding out that composition from THNenvy. Ringo, Fortress, and Blackfeather coming through from Element Team Ice. Gentlemen, I am going to click on some classical music, and I'm going to let you lull me through this game, because you have been beautiful every single game so far tonight, gentlemen, and I'm going to let you take it away. Construct another symphony. Go for it.
I know, lol. I was gonna say lull you to sleep. Hopefully not. It's just hopefully just smooth, sweet sounds of Bacon's voice, the low rumblings.
It was in a good way. It was in a good way, guys.
Yeah. All right, wonderful. All right, well, guys, we're into the game one again here. This is game 2. TH and Envy looked really strong. I mean, Element Team Ice are gonna have to turn things up 100 degrees here to go ahead and get on the same page.
Yeah, hopefully. Apologies for that strange noise, probably that just came through. But
There's a lot of strange noises that come through your end of the microphone, Deacon.
Well, either way, it's going to be a 3-man invade for TH and Envy, looking to assert their dominance right from the first minute.
And assert their dominance they do. I think it's one of the best things you can do in a MOBA is come out swinging, take that advantage. I mean, even if you take a numerical advantage, whether it's in resources, health, damage done, there's also a mental advantage that comes with that too that I think is so important in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously not, a game deciding thing. It's just stealing away that first camp, but it's still just that little bit of confidence that can go a long way in the early stages of the game. Give you the confidence to stick around and fight a little bit longer in a situation that could go either way or things like that. They're very quickly putting some pressure onto the Ringo, but nice rotation from Element.
Yeah, I feel like Heroines should have probably dropped some damage onto the Arden there as his team rotated up. Dorcas had no Vanguard. It was just awkward timing. But very low-level members of Element Team Ice not able to take advantage of that. Now they're at a disadvantage in numbers as Rona jumps up to the lane, into the fray. Foe Splitter there onto Ringo as well. They're very quickly back out of that fight, but Ringo taking a lot of damage.
And lots of damage onto the Ringo. He's going to have to be very careful if he's going to try and stick around and keep farming. Because one more jump in could kill him.
Israel down in the jungle just did it like an end of the fray, like right where he was standing, expecting a different movement that completely made it whiff.
Well, either way, it's going to be Israel taking the Ancient Treant, so building up a nice little lead in the jungle. They stole away a mid Treant, now getting the Ancient as well. So while the CS numbers are similar, there's a little bit of extra gold on the side of this Rona.
Yeah, I expect, like you said though in the draft, this Rona has things very well set up for it. A Vanguard, the self-heal, and the self-buff. Heroines takes a lot of damage immediately backwards. There's Tesla Free makes the rotation up from the jungle, lets his presence be known, and immediately dips back down to his own mid.
Now, the one thing we haven't really touched on just yet, because it was the final pick there, is the Black Feather. With Ringo coming out last, that means it's going to be a Crystal Black Feather most likely. So the kind of differences between the weapon and the Crystal Black Feather are really interesting. And for this matchup in particular, I understand they want to go for the Crystal Black Feather because of the fact that they have this Ringo, but I just feel like the interactions between the Crystal Black Feather versus his weapon Black Feather, when you have a fortress, like the weapon Black Feather just feels like it synergizes a lot better.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to do well either way in the right hands, but yeah, I can see what you're saying with that. Oh, Israel almost cancels off that teleport, gets that one, and Heroine's gonna try and make his way out of here, stutter stepping to no avail, and first blood comes through as the jungle has intensified.
Very nice job by the side of THN to pick up that first blood, just taking advantage of Heroines being a little bit too far forward, and they just a really good job of capitalizing. That's really what THN Envy has been able to do in all the games that we've seen from them. They're just so good at capitalizing on just very small positional errors by their opponents.
Yeah, just wonderful rotations, time and time again. This time, Element Team Ice is going to get some scout traps down, so you won't have that surprise factor as Israel may try to wrap around the backside here very soon again. How are the items coming together for you?
Items are, I mean, it's a little bit behind where I feel like they ideally want to be, but we're getting closer and closer to these first tier 3s. Another kill in the jungle. As Rona starting to come online even without a tier 3 item.
Yeah, Israel absolutely just going ham there, forcing Dorcas like at the last second to Fountain and Vanguard, barely keeping Rona alive. He jumps back into the fray, the Vanguard. Oh, wow. This is awesome. I'm
Yeah.
really liking the play out of Israel. He's a skilled player, and I don't know, maybe it's not a he. I don't know. This is a skilled player, and very entertaining to watch as well.
Yeah, and I said it in game number 1. The fact that they have so much trust in each other, that is a pure trust exercise there by Israel, jumping in with their health that low and just expecting that Dorcas will be able to have the timing on that Vanguard in order to keep them alive. It comes through, it works out perfectly, they get an extra kill. Really beautiful play.
Beautiful play indeed. And they get to, and Heroine's feeling very cautious about how they want to approach this lane. How are we doing it for him? 52 last hits for Heroines, 57 of Jesus, so not too bad in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, and again, the numbers across the board don't look too bad. You look in the jungle, even 33 to 30 down there. So the numbers in terms of CS look good, but actually a lot of damage going out from Heroines onto Jesus. But here comes Israel.
Yeah, Israel around the backside one more time. Set that red mist and gets pretty good damage down. They have to respect this Rona right now. It's scary because she doesn't even have legit items at all. Just that Serpent's Mask. Now Jesus taking a lot of damage. Fountain comes out, keeps him alive. Oh, I thought he was going to stay through that, but too much damage comes out of the Rona. Gauntlet right on top of the Fortress's face. Tesla Free goes down. That's the ace. Wonderful turnaround from Pigeon. And
Beautiful gauntlet from Dorcas catching the Fortress on the edge for the kill, but just the damage that's already coming out from the side of THN Envy. And like I said, even without like full-blooded damage items, especially for Israel on this Rona, only having the Serpent's Mask, but able to stay alive for so long and just catching multiple members inside the blender that is a red misting Rona, able to pick up like all 3 of the kills eventually and grabbing that first turret of the game as well. This is just sort of the way THN Envy plays. They capitalize on any situation you give them. You give them an inch, they will take a mile, and they just grabbed quite a bit of ground in that last fight.
yeah, they did. And, I think it's safe to say Element Team Ice would have been pretty sad to see a second damage item coming out of Rona very quickly if it was already going bad for them, but maybe this is an item they'd like to see even less as the Shiver Steel comes out.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the Shiver Steel being there, now they're going to have that slow. It's going to be even more difficult for anyone to get away from the Rona. I want to see her finish off these boots very quickly because she does have that self-slow once the red mist starts, but you can negate that as much as possible so that you can stick to your opponents even while you're using that ultimate. The Rona's damage.
She split apart. This could be their opportunity. They're on to Israel as 3 jump forward. They need that move speed. If you can't kill this Rona now, will you ever kill her, Bacon? That's my question. The 3 from THN Envy moved down. Flare out Element Team Ice. And of course back in their own Tribrush here. Dangerous situations. THN Envy moving forward on point, lands onto 2. They're gonna move back under the safety of this Crystal Sentry. Crystal Sentry not really wanting to fight just yet. Hasn't been aggroed up. THN Envy don't want to get into a dangerous position. And they don't do it.
Yeah, and not just deciding not to go in can oftentimes be just as important as deciding to go in. If it's a situation that you aren't comfortable with, a situation that you don't know if you can pick up the victory on that fight with, sometimes you just got to back out. You don't want to give your opponents an opportunity to get back into a game when you have yourself a nice lead like THN Envy does.
Real nice lead. What do you think about this alternating current on the Black Feather?
I don't know about having it first item. I'd like having an alternating current on a Black Feather if you're going Crystal Black Feather, but typically more a second or third offensive item. I feel like first you really just want to get the burst, something like the Shatter Glass or maybe even a Frostburn just to add a little bit more slow and a little bit more movement control on the map. But first item, I don't really agree with it too much because you're really trying to poke. You're trying to just harass for the good first half of a fight, and then go in once you get some stacks built up. Once things have really kind of broken down. So I'm not a huge fan of seeing it picked up first, but I understand why he got it, because you need to be able to have damage beyond just your on point.
Yeah. Oh, has the Atlas Pauldron, but it's not the biggest deal against Rona. As Rona jumps in, Heroines is just wrecked. They pulled the trigger on that one really fast. Gauntlet was used, and gets who jumps onto Israel, but regrets his decision pretty quickly. Moves back here to Tesla Free, trying to farm up this lane. A lot of pressure coming out to TH and Envy. Want to take down this tier 2 turret if they can, and it looks like they're doing quite all right. Attack of the pack used. It's just going to take a second to go ahead and clear these out. Verse used very defensively by TH and Envy. We have Heroines respawn. Not too long on these respawn timers right now.
Yeah, very short respawn timers. We're only 11 minutes into this game. But TH and Envy, they're starting to knock on that second turret, starting to get some chip damage down. And they once again seem to have pretty solid control over the fold. 7-1 kill lead, about a 3,000 gold advantage as well. It's Element Team Ice trying to get some damage onto this first turret. Some good damage onto Jesus, but now here comes the team.
Yeah, they jump onto Heroines as Ringo trying to stutter step, trying to move backwards, but he just can't get out of here. In fact, Rona wasn't even the one doing the damage. It was the Adagio and the Arden. They traded 1 for 1 as Adagio goes down here. Israel and Dorcas look like they have all the power they need. There's the blender you speak of, Bacon. Mortal Wound applied to Blackfeather. Do they want to continue to chase this? Mangetsu trying to teleport out the backside. He gets out. Blackfeather able to get away as well. I feel like TH and Envy missed some opportunities in that fight.
Yeah, definitely a couple missed opportunities. You know, the damage kind of getting spread around onto everyone instead of really focusing a target. But at the end of the day, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade, it's still TH and Envy coming out on top. They had 2 members to get out of there with very high health totals, whereas very low health totals for the 2 members that got out for the side of Element Team Ice. Decent gold payout is going to go over to TH and Envy as a result of that fight, but Team Element Ice very aware, very nice job on this rotation, just saying, okay, you can have the gold mine with, you know, less than a max payout. We'll go ahead and get 300 gold each by taking down this turret. So very smart movements there from Element Team Ice.
Very smart indeed. And breaking point completed for our Rona. Her boots are active and ready to go. We have tier 3 boots up on Adagio so that he can be a little more mobile through these fights. I think that's a nice pickup for him.
Absolutely. Let's see where they decide to go with this now. They have TH and Envy movements through the jungle, popping some scout traps, getting a little bit of vision down themselves. Tesla Free and Mangetsu be looking to engage, perhaps, but infusions coming out. These could be big.
Yeah, it looks like they want to fight. They could probably fight under the Crystal Sensor if they do it well. The Gauntlet's down. Tesla very stunned up. Doesn't Rose defensive out of that one. Heroine pulls up for the Hellfire Brew, but that might have been a mistake. Attack of the Pack is out. An Atlas Pauldron's been applied to Blackfeather, but he's locked onto the Adagio. The burst is going to come through. Is it going to land? They traded 1 for 1. Rona takes the Blackfeather as Fortress takes the Adagio down. She's right back into the fray. Crystal Sentry doing pretty good work here. And Heroines, look, I mean, only 3 breaking point stacks at the end of this fight. It's really just... it's not stacking up for him through these fights.
Well, he really hasn't been involved in this one too much, though. Here comes Rona.
Yeah. Mistakes were made. Once Rona jumped forward, the Shiver Steel was applied. She just decides to spin. Easy little Vanguard there. Mangetsu buys a half second more time, but jumping back onto that Triumph there. At the end of the day, he goes down. Tesla Free is set up to maybe make a play here with the Crystal Sentry. Rose fences forward. Go ahead and Phantom Heart onto Israel. Israel into the fray over the wall. Dorcas on the backside, but Israel jumps right back in, starts spinning with Red Mist. Tesla Free is all alone. Jesus has made his way up. He jumps back in. I don't know about that. Rose defensive out of there. Uh-oh, on this day, terrible mistakes were made. And that's going to be Sentry, Crystal Sentry going down as well. He dies right as his teammates are respawning, baby.
Yeah, and Tesla Free sticking around a little bit too long. I don't know if he just didn't see the Adagio coming down, but at the same time, like, someone from his team should have told him to back out there because they had vision of Adagio in the lane moving on down to join that fight. Someone should have let Tesla Free know that he had to back out of there. Instead, now, like you said, it's a little bit of a 2v3 situation. He is going to respawn pretty quickly, though, as Kraken respawns onto the map as well. Side of TH and Envy They're just looking for a little bit more chip damage on this turret and now setting themselves up for a possible fight.
Yeah, they pull the trigger onto Jesus. That's the target. Tesla Free is locked on. This means Heroines has to move forward. There's a nice goal. Forces them apart as Rona right in between, threading the needle in her positioning perfectly. Tesla Free goes down. He just can't live through these fights. Mengetsu not able to add enough. It looks like Element Team Ice just falling apart. TH and Envy on the forward move here. Mengetsu takes the damage, goes down. Foe Splitter just too much right there. I mean, the snowball started a while ago, but it's really just starting to pile up here.
Yep, they're gonna grab this second turret. That's another chunk of gold. The minion candy's being used just to help with these pushes a little bit. Sentry came back out, but they ignored that one because they want the Kraken. Kraken gonna go down pretty quickly once Rona starts spinning around on it. There may be a chance for Tesla Free and Heroines to make a great play here, but
I hope they do. Tesla Free is here. He knows what's going on. He's looking for the steal. Tesla Free.
Oh, I got it!
That's it. Blackfeather needs the plays. He's a Rose defensive out to the west side of this fight as Heroines is on to the Rona here. Gauntlet right on top of his face. Dorcas here just an Arden Lord. Ringo found the kill onto the Rona. And now Arden and Dodge are trying to get out of here. Oh, the throw train has been engaged. Full speed ahead. Arden's going to fall most likely here. Kraken goes forward. Oh my goodness, triple kill. The ace. Kraken is in position to push Bacon. What just happened, my friend?
What a steal from Tesla Free, getting the Kraken, and just both Tesla Free and Heroines putting all of their attention onto the Rona, able to find that kill. The Attack of the Pack did some great work in there as well. Once Rona went down, that fight was over, and Element Team Ice able to get a very strong push. Need to make sure they don't overstay their welcome, because if they get aced here, it could very easily just go the other way.
Yeah.
Looks like TH and Envy are more concerned about making sure this Kraken falls, so Element Team Ice will have a chance to get out of the base, but that was absolutely massive to at least give them a chance. They're still very far behind, but there is a glimmer of hope for Element Team Ice.
Oh my goodness. You know, I was hoping that we would see Element Team Ice find a good fight, but I could not have guessed that it would have gone that good for them.
Yeah, that was just unbelievably well played. They they did everything they needed to do. They got the Kraken, they got that team fight, got the ace. It just could not have gone better for them. But they still need to keep it up because, as I mentioned, just one bad fight for them could end this game, especially now with the death timers getting higher and higher. Blackfeather finally building a second offensive item 18 minutes into this game.
Yeah, he's going to be going with the Broken Myth next, looks like. Element Team Ice move forward here. They're going to do a little bit of poking. This is a tense situation for both teams right now. Gauntlet's down. The Mulway Gauntlet is out onto Fortress. They're looking. Now the Attack of the Pack. Oh, Heroines, you were way too far forward. That's not what they're looking for. Rose defensive over the top side, but Red Mist is out. Breaking point starting to stack up. Tesla Free is down. Mengetsu, last man standing for Element Team Ice, and it should be an easy chase into the base. Double kill for Adagio. Dorcas will take that aggro for his teammate. Now it looks like it's going to be game here. Stitch and Envy find the fight they needed here in the late game.
And not only finding the ace, but finding ace while the minions were already very far pushed forward means that this will be the game. TH and Envy. There was that glimmer of hope, a huge fight for Element Team Ice there down the stretch, but it is just too much for them to overcome. TH and Envy pick up the victory when all is said and done.
I like Israel. I like Dorcas. I'm still trying to decide about Jesus, but I'm a fan of his team right now. I like it.
Yeah, Dorcas on point with both the lance, constantly hitting those impales, and now here with the Arden just landing the gauntlet wall onto multiple targets throughout the fights. Just really impressive play across the board from THNNV. Look for them to make a deep run through the losers bracket.
Yeah, I definitely think they might make it through another round or two, but yeah, we'll keep this train rolling. Excoundrel, what do we have going on?
My word, that was a super aggressive Rona build. I mean, I often see Ronas stop after the breaking point, go full defense, but Sorrowblade, obviously the Shiver Steel came out super early. This guy was going to pound town, and Ringo was the #1 target for those axes. I mean, it was... I like that though. I really appreciate a Rona that knows that you have a limited time to do a limited amount of damage to a sort of a ranged carry that's got a little bit of mobility like Ringo. And he absolutely capitalized with that build. And you had the backup of the Adagio to heal you had the backup of the Vanguard. You didn't necessarily need all those defensive stats on Rona. So really, I'm gonna say I'm in your boat, Humanist. I'm a big fan of Israel. He's honestly impressed me with how, I guess, ballsy he's willing to be with those builds. Because if you were in Vainglory 8, you would have seen the Rona probably stop at breaking point and say, right, need to go defensive, need my Atlas Pauldrons, need to make sure I'm surviving in these team fights. But Israel just goes right in there. Again, just really well executed gameplay by all of them. Fantastic play from THNNV. Again, like you said, the team that should really be in the winners bracket. Had they not faced up against Waves earlier on in the tournament, who are obviously the likes of Sisiska, who are incredibly gifted, you would expect these guys to be roaring through that winners bracket, but they're doing it in the losers bracket, and we actually say goodbye to Element Team Ice. They're gone. They are out of the tournament. And THNNV will continue their track towards qualification. And that means we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back after 10 minutes. When we're back from the break, we'll have our next game between, I believe, I haven't been told yet. So we'll have a game between somebody and somebody, and I will let you know as soon as I know. So see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VGL Spring Split 1. My name is Scoundrel. And as always, joined by Humanist and Tasty Bacon, we are ready for our final series of the day. It is between True Ambition and THN Envy. We just saw THN Envy play in their last series, dominating 2-0 victory for them. Can they do it again? Can they bring themselves through the losers bracket and feel safe after this losers bracket round 4? Because this is a big, big game for them. They're going up against True Ambition, and obviously we've seen these guys play incredibly well. I mean, this is going to be fun for Humanist and Bacon. They can look at this team again, see how they perform against another team, and obviously following that storyline for them. Given that they were knocked out into the losers bracket really early on by Waves, they are now back and in fighting shape and have been dominating that lower side of the bracket. Now, before we get in, didn't actually get a chance to talk to you guys earlier about what these teams have got to win. They've got the lion's share of $2,500 per split, but not only that, they get a chance to go for the challenge battles against the Vainglory 8 teams to find themselves in the professional leagues. They also get one of these 3 custom printed HD60S capture cards with the winning hero composition printed onto that capture card. How awesome is that? That is such a cool prize, courtesy of Elgato. So, I mean, these teams have got loads of cool stuff to fight for, and THN Envy is one of the teams that we are expecting to really be up there and ready to fight. Now, I will be waiting to get confirmation that draft is ready, and when it is, we will go straight into it, because we want to get this show on the road. And there we go. We are into draft between True Ambition and THN Envy. Humanist and Bacon, I'll welcome you back, buddies. First of all, Humanist, going back for THN Envy, you know, it's really nice to see how this team will perform in yet another setting.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm not fully convinced about them as a team yet. I think there was many things that I definitely liked. They showed some major weaknesses that a team that appeared to be not on their level was able to exploit. So if they can correct those mistakes here in this series, I'll say they're the real deal.
Well, you know, they've got a lot of work ahead of them if they want to be contesting for a Vainglory 8 spot. But they're, you know, they've started quite well. They actually gave Waves a good run for their money, and they've been really doing well in this lower side of the bracket. Looks like Lyra is left up, but Adagio also, so that's going to be Lyra locked in by True Ambition, and THN Envy are going to say thank you very much, we'll take the Adagio in response, and then they'll get to shape up a little bit of their composition with their second pick on this B side. Bacon, have you been impressed with THN Envy so far? I mean, are you sort of reflecting Humanist sentiments?
I mean, I've been definitely a little bit impressed with what THN Envy's been able to do. They obviously look like a top challenger team, but that doesn't translate into being a Vainglory 8 level team. And I think that's kind of where I'd have to assume Humanist is kind of at as well. You know, not completely sold on them being able to be one of those Vainglory 8 teams, but definitely showing that they deserve to be in these later stages of the challengers, because they do look very solid, but as we've been kind of saying, there's some things that need to be fixed if they want to truly compete at the top level.
Damn, Koshka locked in here against the Lyra as well, you know, can really lock down her mobility with that bright bulwark. Humanist, how do you feel about that and the alpha response that's come out from True Ambition?
Not too bad. I mean, the alpha means that their jungle's probably gonna get shut down pretty hard. Koshka should live there, especially if Lyra moves to lane to help control lane at all. I don't know if we mentioned, maybe I was spaced out, but I am free of lows in this game.
Oh, he's been...
he subbed in for someone last game. I forget
also,
who it was.
the teams are actually the wrong way round, because I had a feeling that True Ambition was on the right hand side, but no, True Ambition are actually on the right, on the B side, and it's going to be THN Envy on the A side here, and he's subbed in for Israel. So I Am Freelo has subbed in for Israel, and actually I Am Freelo is the guy that we saw play with them last week. So we saw.
It's
Swamp
I have to
Heroes.
correct it real quick. It's subbed in for their laner previous. Israel is still there. It's a sub in for Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh, right, yeah, for Jesus. So Israel actually still here. I actually could have just looked to my screen to the right and told you that, but I didn't. So that just shows you what a great host I am. Anyway, we are heading on to the Halcyon Fold here. I'm not going to give these guys a wonderful intro this time, because everyone, I've somehow made it sound bad. These are some casters, and their name is Humanist and Tasty Bacon. Now they're doing some casting for this gameplay.
Thank you very much, host.
Now you just sound super dismissive, which is almost as bad as the other ones.
It was probably worse than the other ones. No, we tease him! Oh my, there's nothing he can do. All right, no, it's wonderful, wonderful host, and we're lucky to have him. Bacon, we're into the game here. Our boy Israel is going to be on the CP Alpha. That's pretty exciting, especially with some squishy targets on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. The Alpha can just do a lot of burst damage. I'm excited to see the Saw come out. Saw Adagio. You know, maybe look for some really, really quick turret pushing, and that may be what they decide to do to try and counter THNMV. They've been so strong that maybe they just want to try and rush them, win the early game, and take them out before they get a chance to get rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Well, THNMV able to claim up their mid, which secures the jungle for Alpha on the first rotation. Very, very important. Otherwise, Koshka would have found that kill, rolled through, and taken the whole jungle out. Fateless is going to be up in the lane. Go ahead, just applying pressure as the Saw does. A little forward barrage damage is going to connect there. But between Dorcas and I Am Free Low, it should be a lane where the Saw gets harassed pretty consistently. Yeah, you see the basic attacks coming out right now. He's getting very low, tries to stand his ground. Give a little roadie run out of there as Adagio drops the gift of fire on him. Israel's there with the Prime Directive, jumps forward. The Sigil's there, but he finds it with the core charge. First blood. Israel looking good.
And that's the result of that harassment you were talking about. They have so much ability to just constantly put damage down on the Saw. The forward barrage, she just gets around the minions, starts putting that down onto the Saw. Of course, Lyra, we know, does so well into a Saw, and then when it comes time for the Alpha to come up into the lane, it's a pretty easy kill to pick up.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. That Prime Directive was perfect range out of that brush there. Lands right there. Fateless, just stutter stepping, trying to get this lane pushed out forward. His teammates hanging out in that right mustache brush, waiting to move forward. Dorcas is there, has a little vision. Pressing fire is going to come out. It's too late for you. Does not look like he wants to quite jump, especially with Bright Bulwark up and a Sigil able to go down. There you go. Just a little burst damage. Slaps. I Am Free Low, lets him know. Just have some respect for the damage that could potentially come out there. Saw getting a little of that harass damage as Alpha was going to go ahead and TP back to base, buy some items, and now run out onto the map. So as Alpha starts to approach, we might see some damage coming out here. It's too late for you. Jumps in, takes a lot of damage. Bright Bulwark is down. Fateless continues to hang around, stutter stepping. Prime Directive's going to be there waiting for the roadie run. He's going to use it, flies back the wrong way. Ruh-roh. Vancouver forced to use his boots to go ahead and back himself up. It's too late for you. It's too low health to fight. Adagio is too low health to hang around. And it could be lane pressure against the Saw himself.
Yeah, that's exactly what TH and Envy have been doing this far. They haven't really applied much pressure onto the turret, but the harassment from the Sky and the Lyra have been really good as they're able to, again, find another kill here, try and maybe set up some more moves and some more plays in the lane.
Bacon, were you moving closer and farther away from your mic just now?
I am, because I'm trying to reduce the echo noise.
Okay, so whatever you were doing, I think moving closer, it sounds much better. You can't really tell when you're very close on it. Fateless taking a lot of damage. The Roy runs. Pop off that infinite reboot. It does eventually go off, but Israel's going to be just fine. Saw goes down. Fateless might be fated to lose this one. It's too late for you. Jumps in. Twirly Death's there. I'm Free Low. Pretty good damage out there, but the Sigil immediately regenning him right back up. Vancouver trying to hang out, trying to get that damage off from range. I'm Free Low taking a lot of damage. Koshka gets the kill under the turret, able to get out of there. Sigil off the mark, swing and a miss, buddy. Suppressing fires down. Saw starts to slowly move forward. Alpha is not in a position to help. With I Am Free Low just respawning, this could be an opportunity for Fateless to get maybe a little damage onto this turret here. He's going to have about 3, 4, 5 seconds to get up here. He's trading damage, and they were not able to drop the turret aggro, so he doesn't get any proper damage done. But Israel is here. I Am Free Low is back, and things are dangerous for the Saw. Prime Directive lands from range, immediately forcing the roadie run out, disengaging.
Yep, as Fateless definitely not wanting to stick around too close, as they are going to be moving in again here, though. Koshka.
I like, I think they were getting out-rotated, outplayed as a team, but it's too late for you. He's doing very good on this Koshka. It's kind of a silver lining for this team right now. She's in once more with the Pouncy Fun. Nice burst damage coming out, but every time Koshka's jumping in, it's just under the turret of TH and Envy. One more prime directive from long range, a core charge. So Fateless Rody runs himself into a safer position.
Once this alpha has a little bit of damage under her belt, like these long range prime directives are going to start doing some massive amounts of work. Right now, it's just kind of forcing them to have to back off a little bit, but once this starts hurting, then we could see the side of TH and Envy look to really engage whenever these connect.
I want to see the Saw take a decent fight here, and it's really tough for him if he tries to stand his ground. Oh, there's Dorcas taking a lot of damage. Oh, that's the one right there. Fateless basically took him all the way down. Koshka able to close the gap, find the kill there. Very good for them. Now Lyra down, but Israel is here. Prime directive's going to miss. I need to drop this turret aggro. Fateless tries to stutter step, stand his ground here. He's going to go ahead and Rody run backwards. Turret taking a lot of damage. It's too late for you. Jumps right back in. Take a turret shot or two. Prime directive in, and that's a dead Saw. Israel, I'm free low. They want Vancouver, but it's too late for you. Jumps back in. They're going to go ahead and think twice about that. Prime directive hits again, Israel! Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it. And it's not even overdriven yet. It's going to get longer range. They can... I said if they did it here in this series, I'd be a believer of this team. They're really starting to do it. Israel, he's on to Vancouver. Vancouver trying to keep this turret alive. He's got that termination protocol. Can he get himself out of here? He still has the turret aggro. He cannot. He's going to take some damage. That's a spun up Saw. Should be Alpha going down. Yes, it is. It's a very nice kill going the way of True Ambition.
Yeah, and one of the things about the Alpha is if you go down with your, even with the termination protocol, under the turret does not change aggro. It doesn't reset the damage ramp, so you're almost always going to end up not being able to reboot as Sky gets caught out making a very poor rotation or misjudged rotation. Saw finally takes that first turret, and all of a sudden, this is going to be Fateless starting to come online here.
Yeah, definitely starting to come online here. That Sky, yeah, it's easy to think that, you can abuse your mobility to stay out of range of Saw, but it doesn't really take that long for a Saw that's spun up to stutter step you down.
Yeah, once you get that spin up attack speed, you're able to do quite a bit of work. The gold payout is going to go over to True Ambition as well. And so, just like that, it looked like this was going to be all TH and Envy again, but True Ambition, they have a gold lead. Despite being down a kill, they have the objectives and the gold in their favor.
You pointed out the turret aggro thing with Alpha just a second ago. I definitely wish that it wasn't that way. Like, I feel like when the infinite reboot is popped or termination protocol, it should drop aggro. I would prefer that. I think it would be a cool little change. Just the engage happens. Vancouver moving forward, lets that verse out, but stunned up by the death from above. I'm free low with a nice target lock there. It's going to be the prime directive then. Israel very forward for his team. Oh no, the fountain's too late. The Saw's chunking them down. And it's going to be the Yummy Catnip Frenzy forward. Second kill. True Ambition turning things up here. Israel, a couple low targets. Just get a core charge. Just prime directive then. Just use the termination protocol. Be a legend. This is your opportunity. Jump forward. Prime directive misses. The core charge is there. Israel, you got to activate the termination protocol. He's getting in there. He gets one. And he's not going to get anything else off of that. Vancouver can't hang around underneath that turret. He gets the prime directive forward again. Israel, you need your teammates here. Sky, try to get forward. Try to help your teammate out. You guys can get some kills. Target lock onto the Koshka. Death from above's going to lock him off. Koshka back in onto Israel. They're trading back and forth. I am Friolo wants it. He's onto Vancouver. Gets it. 9 breaking point stacks. Koshka's back in. Almost gets a double kill for the Sky. This game is back and forth.
What a fight, a crazy trade going back and forth as the True Ambition stays just a little bit too long. Israel, didn't hit all of the core charges there on all of the prime directives, I should say, but hit enough to be able to continue chasing on through and finding a couple of kills, allowing then I Am Freelo to come back up with this weapon power Sky in order to find that last one. So no ace because Fateless did get to respawn, but still both of these teams showing that they are here to play Fateless.
Oh, that's gonna be boots on cooldown. taking Dorcas out. Vancouver, you might be a little far forward. In fact, his tier 1 boots are on cooldown currently. Oh no, I looked down at Koshka. He has his war treads up. That's my bad. Vancouver's just fine. As I felt like he was a little far forward there. Fateless is going to be able to secure up that mid region. And True Ambition as 3 going to look to rotate from the south side on this fight. Sigil's down, Bright Bulwark as well, trying to cancel off the aggression here. As TH and Envy look to reposition to their, the west side of this map. They want that turret at their back.
Yep, absolutely. You want to be able to keep your own side of the fold as a fallback point, but Fateless, I've been really impressed actually with the way Fateless has been playing this game. Very aggressive for a hero that doesn't really have an option to go out of a fight. It's pretty much all in with the Saw, and they get another gold payout. When Fateless gets spun up, the damage, especially with the breaking point now completed, going forward, looks to be a Tyrant's Monocle, an early infusion coming out, level 9 infusion onto the Saw.
Saw fans rejoice, it is happening. One of the cool things, the breaking point is like, yeah, like he almost killed Lyra before, but that means like if Alpha decides to jump in at that point, he's spun up and he can just stand his ground. So we'll see right here. They're gonna have to get good damage. Prime Directive lands. That's actually Atlas Pauldron applied onto Saw. He's gonna try to roadie run to reposition. Dorcas taking a lot of damage. First comes through, connects onto the Alpha. It's too late for you. Jumps back in, finds the Lyra. Looking for Israel. Israel's very low, has Termination Protocol. He's gonna pop it. Prime Directive's thrown. It's off the mark. That's gonna be a wasted. No, well, he gets the core charge for it. It's not enough damage though. It's not enough. Fateless. Not able to find it. He's got a couple breaking points, stacks up. I'm Friolo taking damage. Got to be careful. Koshka moves forward. Saw finds the kill. Israel almost going down. They don't have the lane minions there, so they can't quite take the turret just yet. They'll take the back region. And it looks like they'll go right back onto this turret. Suppressing fire down. It's fully spun up. Dorcas back out on the map. This turret is down. And it looks like, what do you think, Bacon? Do they hang around here? Do they back up, region up?
I feel like they need to back off just because they don't have the fountain available, and the fountain has been absolutely crucial for keeping Fateless alive. Constantly Israel is trying to jump onto Fateless. Doesn't have the most damage in the world, so I feel like that's a little bit of a mistake on the part of TH and Envy by having Israel go in and nobody following up. It means that then Fateless is able to just build up those breaking point stacks, get spun up, and then when the team does eventually join the fray, he's already spun up doing so much damage, but this could be a big jump.
What an engagement right here. This is about as sloppy as it gets. Iron Friolo, just massive way too much to survive through. Termination Protocol not even being popped off. Oh my goodness. True Ambition, what a turnaround in this game. They weren't that far behind, but it felt like TH and Envy were starting to put some things together. Choke point turret is down very quickly off the back of 2 kills. True Ambition going to move forward as a unit here. Looking to see what they can go ahead and safely acquire without putting themselves in harm's way as Dorcas and I'm Friolo start to move forward. It looks like True Ambition are going to go ahead and back up. What's the play for them? Do they just take a gold miner? You don't want to do a jungle rotation right now.
I almost would like to see them just set up an ambush, just sit in this tribe rush. You have so much vision control right now, and just wait a little bit. You let the gold miner get a little bit more stacked before you go for it, but well, they're gonna go ahead and start it up now anyway. They don't really want to wait. They don't want to risk getting spotted out. So gold miner gonna go over 190 gold each, and True Ambition definitely looking to be on a roll here. 14 minutes in, 1 minute until Kraken.
Tyrant's Monocle plus a fresh infusion on the Saw. We'll keep our eyes on this. They march forward. The scout trap's gonna go ahead and reveal. They get their own down. Just it's a little bit of a vision game between these captains right now. You do not want to be caught by surprise, especially Bacon mentioned just a second ago. He'd like to see them surprise them out of one of these bushes here. We'll see. True Ambition, they're going to move down. It looks like they're going to go ahead and claim this Crystal Sentry, just absolutely melting it. TH and Envy don't have a chance to get down and even use the strength of that Crystal Sentry. Dorcas, you got to get out of here. Might have to Arcane Passage back. Israel jumps in. Death from above to zone. Israel very low. Wants to use that Termination Protocol. Needs to get onto the target. Look at Fateless just standing his ground. It can't get within range of the Saw right now. Burst is going to come out. Is it going to land? Oh, it's going to land on the Sky. Sky gets chunked down in Arcane Passage. Backwards, Dorcas trying to get into a better position. He can't get away from the Koshka. That's too easy. And it looks like with 20 seconds, True Ambition can move forward or choose to go back to Kraken, which feels like the much safer play.
Yep, that's exactly what they're going to go do. Vancouver can just tank this one up. Fateless, of course, is going to get spun up, and you got Koshka just tearing through it as well. They should be able to take this one without much issue. And when it comes down to it, I really feel like a large factor of why True Ambition was able to come back in this game is this build from Alpha. Alpha's been consistently the one to try and get onto this Saw, onto the backlines, but only an aftershock. There's not enough damage there to actually take the Saw down, and as a result, Fateless just ends up getting spun up and not being able to, not going down because no one else is putting damage onto him, and then you have Koshka just running wild, Vancouver helping to keep both of them alive, and Fateless with these spin-up stacks, breaking point stacks, has just been tearing through anyone that gets close because he's been able to get real, not being able to take it down.
They're completely outranged, so they almost have to full in when they go in for a fight. And a True Ambition are doing so good of just hugging that Saw. Saw just melts the Sky. There's your Termination Protocol is going to come out, but you can see there's just not enough damage, not even close. TH and Envy. Oh my goodness. We had some questions about them. Those questions have been exploited and then some this game. As it looks like they're going to be going down in this game 14-8. True Ambition looking to close it out in under 17 minutes here.
Very well played by True Ambition. Like you said, just really exploiting some of these weaknesses of TH and Envy. Especially again, Israel constantly getting in onto the Saw, but nobody following it up, which is, it's kind of weird because that wasn't one of the questions that we had about them. Like they were in their previous games so good at going in as a team, picking one target and blowing them up. But maybe this is a result of Dorcas, not being on a captain that can lock down targets. We saw him being able to do that when he was playing the Lance, when he was playing the Arden. They were able to just pick off those targets consistently. But now on the Lyra, without having as much crowd control, they didn't have the ability to stop Fateless in his tracks. And as a result, we saw there in that last fight just how quickly Fateless was able to pick up kills.
There are some question marks. I think TH and Envy, with a good draft, if they play tight, they can definitely come back in the series. But boy, that was some impressive stuff, Scoundrel.
Oh, dude, impressive because the Saw managed to work, but I was thoroughly not impressed with TH and Envy that time round. I mean, when you're playing Alpha, right, one of the main things to do when you're playing Alpha, especially against a static target like a Saw, is that you want to build core charge stacks or core overload stacks before you go in, right? You want to build your core overload stacks before using Prime Directive, because the damage boost you get to Prime Directive when you have 3 core overload stacks is pretty insane.
It's so good. Yeah.
I never saw Israel build any, let alone, let's ignore the fact that he missed most of his Prime Directives anyway. I never saw him build core overload stacks before using Prime Directive, and I think he was planning to build them in a fight. But when you're against a Saw, you don't have time to build them in a fight. When you're against a Saw, you have to impact him straight away to stop him from absolutely ripping through your team when he's spun up, and they just weren't doing that. I actually almost, Humanist, would have preferred to see the CP Sky, so that at least Death from Above, if you place it on the Saw when he's spun up, will have more of an impact, and then pick something else. Because I think CP Sky is ultimately just more effective into Saw.
That's the only way they could have fought from actual range too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even if you don't get a target lock, your forward barrage is going to be able to outrange that Saw, whoever you want. Whatever the case, I think it would have been a tough game.
No, totally would have been a tough game. But if you're going to play Alpha, right, you want to burst Saw ASAP, absolutely blow him up. And I would have liked to have seen core overload stacks built. I would like to have seen Prime Directives hitting directly on the Saw, and then immediately searching for a good termination protocol as well. But we're into the next draft between True Ambition and TH and Envy. Can TH and Envy turn it around, or have they met their block in this loser bracket round 4. The Lyra gets banned away, leaves the Adagio open for True Ambition. TH and Envy must feel like they have a good response to this, knowing that it has been left open for True Ambition here on the A-side draft.
Well, they're definitely thinking about it here for a second, and they will eventually lock it in. Definitely something that they'll be able to work with. They put together a very strong draft last game.
Do you think there's swords on the cards again, or do you think that was a one-time thing and Envy would be fairly, you know, clued up?
Well, it depends. I think Finn can either be really good against Slaw or kind of bad, because like if Finn never gets his levels, like if you get pushed down so fast, Finn can feel super worthless.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if he gets decent levels, suddenly it becomes so hard for Slaw to stand his ground. Just you're faced, you got to deal with the forced accords, the quibbles, everything.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Kestrel here, maybe a CP Kestrel from the jungle, which is good against Saw. You know, you've got great range on that CP Kestrel. You know, really outranged Saw in every respect. But it looks like True Ambition aren't really going to go down that same road. They're going to lock in the Cruel immediately, and this could be a CP Adagio for True Ambition. They are just potentially thinking about their last pick, and that will define what this composition is going to feel like. True Ambition now hovering the Celeste. 3 seconds, and the Ringo comes through, so it's going to be a Captain Adagio you have to feel, and it's going to be Cruel and Ringo coming through for True Ambition. And if AJ was here, he would say, it's CP Cruel, but I think much to Tasty Baker's demise, it could be a CP Ringo, or we could just see sort of a semi-double weapon power thing going on.
I would actually really like to see the Storm Crown Aftershock Cruel.
Swap heroes.
Why would you like to see that?
Well, I mean, you're going to be looking for those dead... It's kind of the CP Kroll. You maybe even pick up another CP item afterwards, but it allows Kroll to actually farm up really well in the early game, which is one of the things that Kroll can struggle with. You also then are going to have that percent health being dealt to a Finn, which is really awesome to have. So,
but it's not so effective against Kestrel and Vox, right? I mean... If you want to go for farming in the jungle, just build Storm Crown and go Breaking Point, which is what everyone seems to do for some reason, you know, on Cruel. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Anyway, we'll find out very shortly. It's a weapon power start for Ringo here, and it's going to be... I'm actually not casting. Bye!
Oh, you just slide on in for the TriCast. Super smooth. All right, team. Oh, really? Were you sitting here talking to us muted when you make a sound?
No. I just told you I was muted then, so I didn't have to say it on stream. I just completely forgot I wasn't casting.
I'm not talking to a ghost. I'm talking to a muted host.
I love you guys. Have a great game.
All right, we're into the game, guys. Laners are out to their positions. Both junglers going for a pretty standard start here, but Vancouver, and it's too late for you, maybe looking to steal away the forward as well as claim the dominance early on here in the first minute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has kind of become just the thing to do for a lot of these teams. Just look for an early aggressive start, see if they can find anything, just get this small little advantage from the early game. Dorcas going to be on this Finn now, so another new captain pick for him. He's been kind of running the gambit of heroes to play out of that captain role.
Yeah, the first day I watched Dorcas, I wasn't super impressed. I've been pretty impressed with him today on multiple of his picks, so I'm excited to see what he does for the Sven.
The Lyra was a little lackluster, but the Arden and the Lance were absolutely phenomenal. So if he can play the Finn at the same level as those first two, then perhaps TH and Envy will be able to rebound after that previous game.
It's Too Late for You has made his way up into that mustache bush there, hanging out. Gets his passive up, decides he does not want to go, and no problem there. But he's just playing pretty safe, not forcing anything. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to force anything where it's not there. If you don't have the opportunity to get a fight, or if you feel like you may even lose a skirmish if it happens, then you absolutely want to just play it safe. As the Kroll is going to be going back, still not 100% sure what the build path is going to be, focusing on getting those boots upgraded right away. So not really much in terms of offense to be coming out of there yet.
I think that kind of shows a little bit of their strategy off the bat. Let's look at this. Israel dealt 4. They had a scout drop down Vancouver. You're gonna have to react faster than that, my man. Yeah, Israel is gonna be having some fun. You know, I didn't even realize that it was Israel that was on the CP Kestrel, but he was sneaky. He was aggressive. I think this is a nice pickup for him. I would imagine he does pretty well on this Kestrel because he steals away the Elder Camp there.
That's what Israel likes to do. It kind of fits his MO. You know, very sneaky, very aggressive as well at times. So the CP Kestrel lets you move aggressively into positions that you may not normally be able to get to with other heroes.
Well, it's too late for you, and Vancouver following behind, but they're trying to get aggressive, invade off into the jungle. It's actually rooted up by the Treant there, and the Treant active camo buys him just a second. He's trying to get out of here. Israel taking a lot of damage, and it's too late for you, able to claim that kill right there, as Dorcas wasn't able to keep him alive, and I'm Free Low had rotated back to shop. So a little bit of unfortunate timing there for them.
Yeah, nice pick up there by It's Too Late For You, able to get that kill. Like you said, it was a little unfortunate for the side of TH and Envy, but for Kroll, he's going to be more than happy to get that first blood. They are going to answer, though, as Vox and the Finn pick up the kill on to Fateless. Fateless does look like it will be going the CP Ringo, unfortunately.
I was thinking about this. The only problem, Vancouver taking a lot of damage, bro. You got to get back. And Sulefi makes his way up into the lane, locks onto the Vox, but I am Free Low will be able to reposition himself. I think it's really cool with the CP Ringo and the fact that Vox should never be able to get close enough to actually do damage to him. But if he does, it's like it's game over. Vox will win that fight. And then the other part of this is kind of that, you know, Cruel, if he gets onto target, it's going to be fine for him, but it's going to be hard for him to stay on target, which is, you know, hopefully he's looking for that Vox. Ooh, Vancouver eating a couple glimmer shots. And even if, you know, when the Cruel goes in, that's going to be pretty quickly some breaking point stacks up for that Vox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It can work here for the side of True Ambition, but I'm so heavily against CP Ringo, and you look at the damage I'm Free Low's putting out already, able to harass him quite a bit. And it's going to be this weapon Vox. The breaking point means it's almost certainly going to be breaking point double monocle. It's pretty much the only hero that I ever agree with going breaking point first item.
It's too late for you in Vancouver.
So ballsy.
Yeah, they really are. And just gave my eyes. These guys just rotating as a group. Uh-oh, I'm Free Low. You are Free Low. You should be. Oh, they're not going to punish him for this positioning right here. Wow, he's able to get out of that one. Ring around the rosy. Very well played. Credit where credit's due.
I think it's too late for you to get a little bit too aggressive. Oh, ho, ho.
Yeah, Vancouver almost living through that one. Not one shot. Lots of damage landing on the Fateless here. You know, oh my, 2 glimmer shots. Israel able to pick up the kill. Now 3-1 advantage, 6 minutes in. It's too late for you. He's going to try and hold this turret. I'm trying to say is that every time I say something, they just start to fight again. You know I like the CP Ringo. You know I like it, Bacon. But I hate the alternating current CP Ringo. I think like there's times where you pick it up as like potentially your third item, depending on if it fits the game. But it's just, and I just don't like it here. I want to see shatter glass. I want to see burst damage coming out. But we'll see how it works out for him here. Dorcas and I'm Free Low trading a little bit here. It's too late for you, buffed up, but not willing to go in just yet. It feels like he definitely wants to hit some more power spikes before he does.
Yeah. It's too late for you. Looks to be going for that breaking point first item, for the first completed item. Oh, big one shot is going to dissuade them from fighting. Wait for it.
Wait for it as well. I am Free Low jumps for it, getting pretty good damage down. 30 breaking point stacks, but it's too late for you as here. Use the Dead Man's Rush onto the Finn. It's going to cancel this off, but From Hell's Heart is available. Let's see if he wants to boomerang this one or just pop onto a target here. Israel's making his way up from the bottom side. They don't know he's here. Finn taking a lot of damage. Finn might go down. The fountain's out, but he still drops. They traded it 2 for 1 as just very quick kills coming out here. Box and Kestrel damage stacking up. Cruel able to get out of that one. So that is a very positive trade for TH and Envy. It's too late for you. I don't know what your plan is here, buddy.
He's just going to try and hold this turret, but needs to be very careful because those glimmer shots.
Oh, Glimmer, what? You don't need no Glimmer shots when you got the Vox. Look at this. I am Freelo knows what he is doing.
And this is kind of the hope that you're going to have to hold that
Nice
point
block.
again because here comes more chasing.
Yep, and that's a pretty easy kill right there for the Ringo. You know, even though that was blocked off. Oh, don't walk into that active kill. Fateless. Fateless almost just got popped right there. Israel on the backside. It will get it onto Vancouver. And just throwing out these glimmers being pretty annoying. Things starting to come together. Dorcas is going to use his boots, get backwards, try and hold this lane while Fine Freelo makes his way back out from base.
Now they're on the hunt for this Kestrel. They saw the one-shot, one-kill come from down south, but they aren't going to be able to stop that Treant from getting picked up. And as a result, Israel will be able to stay safe for now, but things are definitely picking up here in this game. And losers bracket matchup. The loser of this is eliminated from challengers, whereas the winner will be able to continue on their path to try and qualify for the challenge battles. So a lot on the line here, and it is True Ambition up 1 game over TH and Envy. So TH and Envy definitely have their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, they definitely do. And it feels that they have a nice comp. This game, I think they drafted a little stronger. It feels they're playing a little bit better as well. Right now, they do have pretty good control of this game. They're going to clear some vision out as they move down as a unit to the jungle shop. It's Atlas Polygon picked up for the Finn here. Vancouver's definitely building into Crucible, but he's going to need to complete that fairly soon as these forced accords are going to be coming out.
Not only forced chords, but also wait for it. You may also want to be blocked, depending on the situation. Sometimes you may want to let the forced chord hit. You let that Krull get into melee range nice and quickly, but that one doesn't connect. Oh, huge damage from the one shot.
Yeah, he's just a shatter and a piercing shard right now. Let's see, probably it feels like he's going into Broken Myth, but maybe he does go into he has a couple of those components as well. We'll see how Israel decides to pivot with his item purchase here. But his stealth duration definitely pretty long at this point. He's able to be very mobile, very sneaky in and around these fights.
Absolutely. And right now, could be having a little bit of a fight break out shortly because TH and Envy are rotating around to the other side, but they're just going to be going to defend their turret, a little bit of ring around the rosy in both teams. About the map.
Oh, Fateless drop down to shop here. They're spotted out with a flare coming out of Dorcas. So they'll realize there's a scout trap down there in that shop bush. Probably clear that out in a second. He decides not to go for it. No big deal. I'm Freelo back up to lane. This is constant one-shots coming out of the Kestrel at this point.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They're... There's that why not phrase again.
It's happening. Force the cord in. The on top and just roasted and toasted. Oh my goodness, Vancouver never stood a chance there.
Yeah, that was the force accord onto an active camo field. That just caught the Adagio, blew him up immediately.
It's my favorite combo in the game. It never gets old. I don't know, not at this point.
Always fun to watch. It's really doesn't matter what it is. If someone's health bar just goes from 100 to 0, it's generally pretty entertaining.
Fateless almost got out. He's gonna try and get back here. He's a little bit better position. Both teams have Fountain available. Fateless holding that Hellfire Brew right now, has it ready to go. It's gonna be actually teleport home from Israel. He's gonna go ahead and drop back, get that full regen, come back out onto the map. This is a fun game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of back and forth. Both teams still fighting for any sort of advantage they can get. Right now, Kroll and Vox kind of duking it out with the two captains.
Yeah, it's too late for you. Doesn't feel like he's really into this, and I'm Frilo just building up breaking point stacks. Luckily for the Adagio, he's out of energy. It's too late for you. Jumps right back in. He stuns up the Vox. He's gonna be able to get it. The Fountain comes out. The Flame Company's there as well. Vox stays alive. Glitter shot's coming through. One shot. Oh, it's gonna be enough damage, Rush! Oh, just enough barrier. Hellfire Brew's blocked off. I'm Frilo lives. What is all? Look at their health bars. How is everybody still alive? What?
Oh, I don't know how. I have no idea how nobody went down in that fight. I mean, I am Frilo was so low with a CP Ringo Hellfire Brew chasing him down. The reflex block gives him enough of a barrier and prevents the burn damage from going through. Dorcas unbelievably low on the Finn. Everyone pretty much on the side of True Ambition getting taken down very low, but somehow, some way, nobody actually ends up falling.
That was pretty nuts. So I'm liking these fights. I mean, they're trading back and forth very well. That was pushed to the edge. That Dead Man's Rush, I mean, just saved his life right at the end. That was really nice. All right, let's try and watch this one. Forced to court swing and a miss there. That is the Crucible out for Vancouver. So
Still a
Finn.
60-second cooldown on that ability too.
Yeah, very long cooldown. CP infusion for Ringo. We're gonna move up. They have vision. They gotta be careful here though. Flare is out. Will trying to get on target, was stunned up by that active camo, taking a lot of damage. That's an early Fountain. Dorcas still holding his, but he's gonna be forced to use it as he took a lot of damage. I am free low down. That kill onto Vancouver. Pull right back in. Fateless from the backside. Oh, they might be able to trade back. Fateless gets it. CP Ringo. Ah, so good, Bacon. It goes down so smooth.
Manages to pick up the ace there somehow.
Somehow, some way.
A lot of it was that the Hellfire Brew, I don't believe the Hellfire Brew actually got blocked in that fight. I didn't quite see if it did or not. I was looking at, mostly trying to follow where the Kestrel was going, but if that Hellfire Brew does not get blocked, the burn damage, the AoE chunk damage it does is pretty massive. And so Fateless able to finish off that ace, and it means that they get the gold miner. They don't really get too much done in the lane, but Kraken has now just spawned 6 to 9 on the kills. A very close game. I mean, that fight could have easily gone either way. It was just the side of TH and Envy unable to get the damage onto that Ringo, having to spend so much time focusing on that Kroll.
Yeah, and then just trying to close the gap as well. They're doing a pretty good job, True Ambition, as far as fighting appropriately. Kroll up front, Adagio kind of in the middle, and Ringo poking around the backside, rotating around those two. We'll see if they can continue to do so. A nice force to cord from the Finn, pulling in the Ringo, pulling in the Adagio can instantly turn the fight in TH and Envy's favor. But as you mentioned, if you pull in the Kroll and suddenly Kroll's right on top of Vox, it can backfire on them, so they'll have to be careful.
Yep, and have to be very careful. There's a couple of nice plays set up. I mean, the active camos, when they hit, can just really devastate someone on the side of True Ambition. But Kroll getting ready, getting that perk charged up. Another block on the Forced Accord. Again, still 60-second cooldown, only 2 points in it. He's only level 10. Here comes the fight.
Oh yeah, Hellfire Brew is onto that Kestrel. Kestrel ticking down. Israel is still gonna go down. Ringo able to get that. Now the chase is on as they're looking for more. The killy shot, it's so much damage coming through. The Kroll on target, double kill for the Ringo. I am free low, trying to back up, but he just can't do it. He can get on target to the Ringo. Ringo goes on free low. He's I had 25. I don't know how many. I saw 22 breaking point stacks. It's too late for you. Thinking about getting in there on free low, making the smart decision to back up. Just as I underestimated I'm free low on that one, I think True Ambition as well.
Yeah, absolutely not respecting the level of damage that's going to come out. I mean, it didn't look like he had a whole lot of damage because he was mostly hitting It's Too Late for You. Then all of a sudden he turns his attention on the Fateless, has 20 plus breaking point stacks, like you said, and just deleted the Ringo. Vancouver was short to follow, but it ends up being one member from each team getting away. He's gonna pick up the tornado trigger. 4 offensive items on this Vox, 100% crit rate. This could get very scary if they can't protect Faithless.
Yep, I like it. You know, be offensive. You have Kroll, Kroll's forced to run at you. You know, he's forced to kind of get separated from his team a little bit, and I think just get as much damage down onto him as possible. And even if he decides to retreat, you've already got a couple breaking point stacks, and I like it.
Israel needs to get an infusion. I feel like they don't want to fight until the Kestrel has that infusion going. Is still a couple hundred gold off of it. And by the time he does, Imfrilo will have his timing out, but Imfrilo has enough gold to pick up another one. So once Kestrel gets 200 more gold, we should be seeing the infusions and then perhaps a final fight, because we're getting pretty late in this one, 18 minutes. Still a lot of turrets left, but an ace at this point means Kraken, which could then spell the end of the game. So watch out. Oh, Vancouver getting caught a little bit, is going to be able to get out of there, but had to use those boots.
Yeah, Vancouver.
Vancouver used Fountain too.
What? Hellfire Brew is going to come out. That's an easy block, and this is a bad fight for True Ambition. What are you doing? .com. Get out of there. Forced to cord. Fateless is pulled in. He's able to get out of this one. How are they still alive? This is the worst fight I've seen them take all day. H and Envy are going to be moving forward off the back of that. He has an Echo? Echo, that's the second Hellfire Brew blocked off as well. Rip for that. It's not what you want when you pick up that Echo. It's almost guaranteed to land one of those usually. On. He's going to try and stay at range. Israel, pretty low energy right here, but Fateless can fight from range. It's too late for you on the front side. Fateless trying to get the last hits under the turret right here. He's going to let Kroll go ahead and take that Finn. One shot, one kill. Oh, never underestimate the Kestrel, my man. Sit on the map with low health, just sitting there like that. That's an easy snipe.
Easy snipe, but this shouldn't have been a position for that snipe to come through. This was, I mean, this fight should have 100% been over a long time ago. There was a massive advantage for the side of TH and Envy, but they just couldn't quite get onto the targets. And I guess you do have to give credit to True Ambition for being able to just, you know, have that heavy retreat, but no Fountain. The Crucible was used early. Hellfire Brew was used in a bad spot and blocked right off the bat. That should have just been a very quick team fight in favor of TH and Envy. Instead, it's another 2 for 2, and we're now 20 minutes in. This game is still anyone's game.
I feel like to take advantage of the CP Ringo, I mean, it's tough because you have to have really good positioning, but you really want the fight to start before you throw out even your first Hellfire Brew, because it's so easy to block. You see that flying at you, slow moving projectile, you block it off, but once the fight starts and you're worrying about a From Hell's Heart, it's suddenly this Hellfire Brew comes through. It's much harder to deal with. We'll find out right here though. Both teams look like they want to go ahead and converge. Glimmer shots come through. It's a nice Crucible on the Force to Cord. TH and Envy just hanging out, controlling the top side there. They kind of split apart. True Ambition do not want to move through. You can see they do not want to get out of there. It's too late for you. Waiting for a good target. You can go in there. So your Hellfire Brew is going to come through. Lands onto Israel. So this is going to burn Israel down decently. We'll go ahead and Echo up. Has another Hellfire Brew ready to go. Vancouver taking some damage. Fateless just gets some bases off from Hell's Heart's going to come through. There's your Hellfire Brew. Is this going to be blocked off? That was actually blocked. Yeah, that's kind of a letdown as well right there. Then he is caught out and should be going down. He's going to buy a little bit of time. Self-Fountain. Not the end of the world because his respawn time is so long.
Again, just I mean, TH and Envy, they have these opportunities, but a couple of small mistakes, and getting the reflex blocks, you know, not being on point. Hellfire Brew connecting onto Israel, not being blocked, takes him out of the fight. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Imfrilo able to find one that's too late for you. Is locked on, but Fateless is... Fateless is able to get it. Two will go down. I'm Freelo able to get that one. A double kill for him, but Fateless is making his way up. Oh, if he had boots, he would get there, but Twirling Silver does give him a little move speed. If he knew, I think an Achilles shot would have been just on the pixel edge to maybe find a kill there. Either way, it's a 2-for-2 trade, and both Fateless and I'm Freelo are able to live out of this one.
Whew, these trades, these fights are getting so obnoxious. I mean,
might have lost you there, Bacon. I think maybe you muted up on accident or something happened, but
accidentally, I muted up so I could move the microphone, went to unmute and accidentally double-clicked, so I unmuted and then immediately muted myself again.
classic. I do that all the time.
Secondary scoundrel, boys.
But no, I was just gonna say, like, there's all these fights have been so intense of late, and it's almost entirely coming down to reflex blocks. Like that's what's going to win or lose this game for these teams.
Yep. Definitely agree with you on that one. They've been pretty good. I mean, they blocked most of these Hellfire Brews up, but whew, True Ambition just doing a good job at fighting at range with this Ringo and Adagio for the most part. See if they can continue to do so. Fresh infusions, both I'm Freelo and Israel picked up. Fateless has his, Vancouver has his. It's too late for you. It needs just a touch more gold to pick his up. THN Envy going to move forward. That's not the force accord you're looking for. It's too late for you. Hanging out here. It's going to eat that Quibble. It doesn't look like THN Envy want to move in on this, but True Ambition have advantage currently. That Echo is currently off cooldown. They can use that if needed. Cruel has got his infusion, Bacon. That's what he was waiting on. Let's see. They have very nice positioning here. Dorks is going to move forward, though. The Quibble onto the Crow. Vancouver on the front line. Why are they scared of this Adagio? Why are they being zoned out? Kill him. Just kill Adagio. Ringo, he's on the backside. I'm Freelo wants him. You do not want this Vox trading with the Ringo. Ringo with the Vox. I'm Freelo is locked on. He takes I'm Freelo down. Israel's trying to get out of this one. It's too late for you. He's chasing backwards onto the Kestrel. The Finn is down as well. Israel is the last hope for True Ambition as far as this fight's concerned. One shot. Oh my goodness, so much damage going through. Fateless able to take that mid out. He's gonna clear the scout trap, get a heal from Adagio, and he's right back in fighting shape.
Yeah, I don't know what has gone on with THN Envy over the last like 5 minutes or so, but they do not look to be on the same page. I mean, Dorcas is positioning himself super aggressively. He's getting these quibbles, these polite companies down onto the opponents, and he, landing some stuns. Meanwhile, the other two members of the team are just nowhere to be found. They're running away, like you said, from an Adagio,
right?
Captain Adagio. They're running from, while the Kroll or the Ringo are getting stunned up.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I saw, Bacon. I don't know what else to say. It just felt like the Adagio moved forward and just zoned out both the carry and the jungler for THN Envy. And if that's gonna happen, it's way too easy.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like I Am Freelo and Israel don't want to fight while Dorcas is looking to go in. And if all three of them go in, if they just follow that call from Dorcas and just make the plays happen, I feel like they win these fights. But here we go.
One shot, one miss comes out of Israel. That's not what you're looking for, but Fox starting to get some breaking point stacks. Oh my goodness, they deleted Fateless. They're going to be able to get Vancouver as well. This Kraken appeared to be their kryptonite.
Kraken gonna get taken down. Should be before she's able to destroy this turret. Maybe not. Nope, she gets the turret just barely. Well, that's not good news for THN Envy, but they were, again, when they go in on that fight together, you saw just how quickly they just obliterated Fateless and Vancouver. 3 to 4 seconds between those two death timers. That's all it took to chase down those 2 kills. Obviously, it's too late for you. Was able to run away out to safety, but all they have to do on the side of THN Envy is actually move and fight as a team instead of having Dorcas eat over half his health bar before the team decides to engage.
Yeah, good way to say it. Crystal Century going to be cleaned up by THN Envy. You can tell that they are feeling a little more confident after that last fight, after a little gold in their pocket from that Kraken. It's now a clockwork completed for Israel. His items really starting to come together with the infusion. This is a lot of damage you really have to respect. Honestly, if it's like an active camo force to cord combo that lands onto anybody, I would be surprised if they lived through it right now. Focus on the front side. They're gonna pull Fateless back. Fateless taking a lot of damage. Again, a left one shot lands on the Vancouver. They gotta get out of here. That's the fountain. It's too late for you trying to land the stun. It actually hits Finn. It's not going to be the target he's looking for. Hellfire Brew comes out, lands onto the Kestrel. It's too late for you, jumps right back in. That's the fountain coming out of THNNV. Kroll's going to go down, but so does the Vox. Fateless on the backside, just fighting from range. Look at that Trillion Silver. Oh, he is stunning, but it doesn't matter. He does have the damage. And that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of True Ambition.
And THNNV active
bracket.
Well then, I was gonna say
THNNV
not fighting around these active camos.
Yeah.
Israel then makes one work right there, but in the team fights, like they're not using the active camos. Israel is always so far behind the team. The active camos are never in a position where they're going to be able to find stuns during the team fights with them. And I feel like that's a big mistake from the side of THNNV. If they can just get those working, have Kestrel go a little bit forward before the fight breaks down while she's stealth, just put another active camo down so that you can pull them into it, or just even move the fight through those active camos. But for now, it's just been a lot of really Kestrel's only contribution to these fights has primarily been the one-shot, one kills, and then some glimmer shots.
Oh my goodness, Beacon. You know, we are approaching the 30-minute mark of this game here.
That we are.
That we are.
You are not wrong.
Not wrong on this one. I mean, at this point, I feel that if... Huh?
Dorcas has an echo.
Okay. That's a really good point out. Let's see how this plays out for him here. I'd probably rather see like an Echo Quibble than an Echo Force to Cord, but maybe if they block it and you have an active camo down, whoop, that's gonna be blocked.
There it goes.
He's looking for it. Where's the active camo?
Can't block it for Ringo. Fateless cannot stop it. Cannot prevent himself being pulled in off another Force to Cord.
Oh, they're gonna get it right here. Dorcas sees him. Come on, what's going on? What's the play? What's the play? Woo! You're getting pulled Force to Cord back into the one-shot. Vancouver is down. It's too late for you. Is locked into position. He has no way out of this one. Ringo essentially has to let him go unless he Hellfire Brews over the wall here. He can Hellfire Brew and then Echo and get a kill. This is Ringo's fight from the range right here. He's gonna throw a second Hellfire Brew. He's gonna land onto this target. Uh-oh, she's gonna burn down. He got a double kill. Phalanx. That's CP Ringo begging. You don't like CP and Ringo? You don't like double kills? No, you didn't even have to get in the fight. Look at this guy. Just make it happen, Captain.
Oh, what like reflex blocks all used up.
Dorcas! Oh! CP Ringo much?
Okay, fine, I'll give it to you. CP Ringo is pretty good when you get to 30 minutes into a game.
Well, just go. There you go. You said it. I'm not gonna force you to even clarify on that one. It's fine.
So that's the strategy. Just get 30 minutes into the game when you pick a CP Ringo. Just
no, I think that was the perfect fight for. Sure. Okay. The thing I think was great about that fight is he's like fighting over the wall. He's abusing his range. It's like 2 Hellfire Brews plus Achilles shots coming out, and he might have gotten a couple basics off there, like as far as that went. But it was just Kroll on the front line, and he's out of vision. That's all he has to do, and it was really well done.
yeah, it was a really well played fight from Fateless. On the flip side though, I think you do also have to look at why is Fateless not being a target. Kroll has
He didn't show himself that
damage.
fight. He literally didn't show himself. That's why I thought he was gonna leave It's Too Late for You for dead, because the Kroll completely committed. So also Fateless needs to infuse right now. Like they're gonna come in for a fight. This fight's going to happen. He's not gonna be infused. I really don't like this choice. We have plenty of time. Dorcas moves forward. Israel is there as well. Gets an active camo down. We're going to look for the force support into the active camo if they can do it. Oh, they get the Kraken. They stole the Kraken. They're going to move forward. That's Vancouver taking a lot of damage, but Israel is just melted right off the bat. He's going to wind up for a Hellfire Roof. Fateless. Does that actually land? Yeah, it's land. Vancouver, though, he's dead before the burst can come out, and it's too late for you. What are you going to do if you die to this box? It is going to be an absolute disaster. He gets in there, finds the kill. Now it's the Kroll one-on-one with Dorcas here. He's getting some breaking point stacks up. It looks like he wants to go ahead and get the ace, bacon, and then probably move in, deal with this Kraken. Does he do that? The respawn timers, depending how much health's on that Vein Crystal turret. It's kind of an awkward timing here.
I like this though, Dorcas, just bringing the fight back to the Crystal Sentry and get those treants involved, get those roots. Too late for you. Realizes he's not going to be able to take down this Finn very easily at all, even with those breaking point stacks going up. So he does eventually have to back off. Kraken has been untouched up in this lane, is taking down her second turret there, and that was a much better fight from Envy. The fact that they were able to take down that Ringo, you have to focus him. I mean, he's there every time. Like, they know he's there. A lot of times the Force Accord will pull him in, but then so frequently they just ignore him and say, oh, this Kroll is the main focus because he's in our faces, when that's exactly what True Ambition wants you to do. They want you to focus that Kroll, but you don't have to. And as long as you just take down that Ringo, the fight should go your favor.
I really like this Slumbering Husk pickup for the Kroll. What do you think about it?
I love it. It's, again, it's just adding to his imposing presence on the front line. The fact that they want to focus him so badly because he's right there in their faces, but they just can't because he's so tanky. It takes them forever to actually get the kill onto the Kroll. But we are going to be, again, at this point, we're at a stage where they should just know, okay, once the From Hell's Heart is out, there's nothing this Kroll can do to stop us from getting onto the Ringo, and they should just try and do their best to ignore the Kroll until Ringo is dead.
One shot, just rips Fateless apart, and you can see that why the one shot is so good again. What? Okay.
What?
Well, I'm just like, their positioning is so what are you doing? They're pulling up for a teleport right here. They have vision on you. Vancouver's gonna move forward. You gotta get a burst off from Hell's Heart's gonna land on Ringo. He winds up for Hellfire Brew. Adagio lives. The Hellfire Brew roasts the Vox. TH and Envy are absolutely having the worst fight that they could have taken right here. It looked so good for them in the beginning, but Fateless moved forward. Fateless. He's finding the damage, but they can't walk into that active camo headlong. They lose their one shot on it. Oh, it's the Ringo goes down. Israel. He finds it, dude. I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. Oh, Israel. Oh, yeah, I got it. Oh, we got it. 35 minutes in. Go into the game. Go do it, sir. You deserve it. This is yours. Claim your victory. THNMB did it.
What an obnoxious game. Like,
Scoundrel, can you just take over right now?
Guys, I don't even know where to start. This is 35 minutes. This might be the longest game of Vinglery I have ever seen. Like, this was ridiculous. Like, you felt like it was going back and forth either way the entire game, but I mean, there's so many things that I could pull apart with this game. Well, I don't even know if it's worth it, because it might take away from how good this game was as an overall thing. I mean, there were mistakes left, right, and center, but those mistakes made for what was just some incredible spectator sport. You guys must be absolutely knackered, but let's take a look at the items and run through them. The one thing that stuck out to me was, for the entire game, this Kestrel was allowed to spam active camo for free. There was no contraption, there were no spam of scout traps, there was no trying to keep track of her. She was just all over the place, active camo all over the place, and you know, any CP Kestrel main will tell you their worst nightmare is a contraption. There was no contraption. This was a field day for Israel. You saw right at the end there, you should not, in your enemy side jungle, be able to run to the backline CP Ringo and fire 2 or 3 glimmer shots at him and kill him. It just shouldn't be happening. But, geez.
There were a lot of things in this game that should not have been happening.
No, I know, and it's There was something. I mean, I would have much preferred Cruel having gone down a far more damage-heavy route because I really don't feel like he had that much of an issue getting onto his targets and surviving. I would have much preferred to see him. I would have much preferred to see him just go. Do you know what, guys? I'm going to go like another weapon power item. And the time that I am spending hitting them, because actually, Bacon, I don't know if you saw, but in these fights, he probably spent 60% of the time actually basic attacking the target that he wanted to. Mm-hmm. So why not just get another weapon power item and blow someone up a little bit quicker? I don't know. I think there was some mistakes in builds, in a lot of things. It was just a lot of mistakes.
That being said, though, again, we're all about giving credit where credit is due. While there were a lot of mistakes, both of these teams did a really good job of capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes when they happened in the fights. Like there were so many times, that CP Ringo just had humongous Hellfire Brews because the reflex blocks are for some reason being used. Like there's 3 reflex blocks. There's a From Hell's Heart and a Verse of Judgment. Why are 3 reflex blocks getting used without Hellfire Brews coming out? So there's a lot of the fact that they were able to recognize that those reflex blocks were down and then throw out the Hellfire Brews, or Dorcas a couple times using that echo to great effect to force out the Crucible and then throwing the Force to Cord again afterwards. Like there was a lot of really good plays mixed in. It's so much easier to remember the mistakes.
Yeah. I mean,
those were typically what led to some just amazing turnaround.
You got to be honest. Fateless, I think, had a really good game on his CP Ringo. I think there were points where he messed up, but there was a good 75% of the game where he had some great Hellfire Brews. That double kill over the Kraken wall, for instance, was a really big one. I think the alternating current actually worked out for him. He had a lot of sustained damage, which came in a little bit earlier than if he'd gone down a traditional CP Ringo build path, and allowed him to, even when Twirling Silver was down, maintain an uptime of consistent output of damage without having to rely on his Achilles shot and Hellfire Brew. I think that worked out really well. Again, I love the echo, the idea behind that on the Finn, trying to get that Ringo down because Ringo didn't have a reflex block, so just trying to make sure.
I'm just watching the replay back at Scoundrel.
Yeah.
Ringo actually made a mistake in the last fight. He Hellfire Brewed, then used Twirling Silver, and then echoed.
Oh, God, no.
So he did not have 2 Hellfire Brews in the last fight. And I was wondering, I didn't see the second one come out. I didn't know why, but that's game losing.
Oh, absolutely. But one of the major things I noticed, to be honest, Humanist, throughout the game is that Hellfire Brews onto the Vox weren't an issue. It was getting a Hellfire Brew onto the Kestrel that was the issue, because she was in that point where she could spam active camo and actually never come out of stealth unless she wanted to. So I felt there were points in those fights where even if you had a second Hellfire Brew, your only target was going to be Vox, and even then, because of the vision, I think, from Adagio was so lackluster, especially in fights and trying to keep track of that stealth, that those second Hellfire Brews never found their target on the Kestrel, who should have been a priority target, because I don't even think she had a reflex block, if I remember correctly. I can't remember. Most CP Kestrels don't really build any defense, so I just don't think...
No, the Kestrel had a reflex block. The only person without a reflex block was actually the Ringo.
Oh, the Ringo himself.
But we could sit here and analyze
we could.
For hours. We don't want to miss. Well, we've already missed pretty much this entire.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, end of the day, you guys can talk about draft when it's over. The Arden, the Glaive, and the Celeste.
I'm done talking, team. My voice boosted.
Subbing Scoundrel, I can do it. THN, Glaive, Arden, Celeste locked in here, and it's going to be Fortress. Black Feather seems to be the lock in here for Team Ambition, or True Ambition rather, and this will be the final iterations of compositions between these two teams in this absolute monstrous loser bracket round 4 game. Loser is out of the entire tournament. Remember, this means everything to these teams. Have you got it in you, Humanist? Can you muster it for just one more game?
I could do it. I can do it, team. That's what I do. But I'm just saying, I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm feeling it right now.
I don't blame you, dude. That was a long game. All credit to both of you for keeping that going to 35 minutes.
Especially that I woke up with a headache today.
Oh, dude. I do not envy you, my friend, but it is going to be a fantastic game between these teams. Humanist and Tasty Bacon for the final time tonight, the absolute final time for tonight. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Once again, Scoundrel. Bacon, no matter what happens here, what a hell of a way to go out for either team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very unfortunate that one of these two teams is going to be eliminated off after that. But when either side wants to be the one to go down, but Dorcas taking quite a bit of damage. Again, this early aggression.
Early aggression on True Ambition. They're going to go ahead and move forward, try to establish their dominance. And well, they're moving as the group. Celeste up to the lane. So we're going to see I Am Free Low on the Celeste this game. It's going to be pretty interesting. We've seen a little bit of Celeste this season. Not too much, but a little bit here and there.
A little bit of Celeste has come out. I'm actually kind of intrigued by the fact that this glaive does not seem to be going, or won't be going for that the utility glaive build that we've been seeing so much of. So that would leave them with double crystal. But it's going to be a weapon power glaive, so that can do some massive damage. Keep our eyes on the CP Kestrel on the other side, though.
Yeah, I think the weapon glaive. We'll see if that the route he takes. The weapon glaive does very well against Kestrel as long as they can see her, and he jumps on the target. Like he can two-shot that Kestrel, you know, from early mid game all the way to late game. It's very easy. She's just so squishy of a target. So it's too late for you. We'll have to remain elusive. I think if Kestrel can do so, she'll do just fine.
Elusiveness is the name of the game for a CP Kestrel, so should be okay as you mentioned. But the weapon Blackfeather be pretty interesting to watch as well. We're trying to get in and out of fights, trying to dive through onto that Celeste, but there's a lot of tools to protect the Celeste. Obviously, you have the core collapse herself. You throw an Ardent and a Glaive into the mix. You're not going to have these afterburns up every 5 seconds, but
speaking of afterburn, there's your first blood, and Fateless goes down. Nice first blood going the way of Celeste and THN and Envy. They're gonna get some damage down onto the turret as well. It's too late for you, Ghost. Wizards up from the jungle. It's gonna go ahead and claim some of these lane minions. The turret doesn't do it.
Yep, that's gonna be just more sticking around in the lane. Because again, the glaive, you typically expect to see him spending a lot of time up in the lane, trying to get ganks down, trying to help his laner get really far ahead. It's an effective method.
Well, Dorcas holding the lane as Fateless just looking to farm it up here. It's definitely going to be a while before we're going to see this Blackfeather come online. Speaking of coming online, what would you expect to see kind of power spikes for both of these teams be?
Well, for the side of TH and Envy, they're definitely going to be looking for that level 8. You're getting the Heliogenesis overdriven, get the Vanguard overdriven, and even getting the Afterburn overdriven. Like, all three of those overdrives are very important for the team. I want to see them make moves earlier than that, because again, I always want to see Glaive just constantly up in the lane, looking to make these ganks happen. But on the other side, a little bit of a later power spike for the side of True Ambition. Blackfeather really kind of, actually really both Blackfeather and Kestrel looking for more item scaling as opposed to level scaling.
Fair enough. We'll see if these teams can find the ways to scale that they actually need to here. Israel has not picked up any further items. Oh, that impale's gonna land. Actually not too bad for I'm Free Low, pushing him back a little bit. There's your nice afterburn. Fateless in a bad position, core collapse, and well, he goes down pretty easy. And this is going to be a moment for I'm Free Low to go ahead and dip back to shop, purchase up some items, and it's going to be a broken myth right off the bat.
Yeah, very early broken myth. That's got to be feeling good for the Celeste. It's going to be able to stack up with those Helios. Again, here's going to be another afterburn up into the lane. No one there to capitalize on it this time.
Yeah, Israel just having a little fun. Just letting them know that they need to respect that, because I Am Free Low on the wait.
Aggressive with it. I mean, use the boots and everything to get through there.
Israel, well, maybe he just found himself in a bad position. Just, roll the dice, and you don't have full vision on the enemy team, so you make a prediction, realize it's wrong, and you have to use your boots to get out, kind of deal.
Either way, It's, at least does have the tier 2 boots, so it's not going to be on cooldown for too long.
We have the Elgato logo over the Fateless items. I don't know if production wants to move that. Just to let you know. As the game goes on here, Vancouver holding down this left mustache brush, doing a pretty good job. Go ahead and move himself back with active boots. Both teams are just going to go ahead and look to farm back and forth. Celeste sitting at 54 last hits to the 50 of Black Feather. Pretty good on both sides.
Absolutely. Well, a little bit of a skirmish happening up in the lane. All 6 players hanging out here, looking for any opportunity to get a shot. A lot of damage going down to Dorcas, but it's going to be enough for a kill. Afterburn, not quite going to get the angle they were hoping for, but still a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. This Kestrel's gonna have to be careful at ranking. We're getting very low. Fountain burned. Oh my goodness. Celeste able to take the kill. So 3-0 now in favor of THNV. 6.5 minutes into this one.
And that's the real risk here. Is both of these teams, if they get a target low, they have the opportunity to get quick kills.
He is going. We got the ring. They got it. They got it. And this is a true weapon glaive. I was waiting to see his items earlier. I didn't see that he actually went into it, but yeah, this is gonna be cool.
Absolutely. Lots of crits, lots of quick attack speeds, and lots of AoE damage as a result of those crits. That's one of the things I feel like has kind of gotten overlooked a lot with glaive because of the fact that the utility glaive has been so popular recently. Is the fact that when you go for this weapon path, you do a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, you definitely can. Glaives, historically the weapon glaive was one of the, heroes that would be getting triple kills in like 2v3, 1v3 situations just because of that. Plus a little lifesteal, definitely helps. We'll see if that can come to fruition for him.
Nice job in that last skirmish. Vancouver hit a huge Githian wall that was crucial to stopping the aggressiveness coming out from the side of THNV. Otherwise, they may have lost 1 or 2 kills there. So the captain play, very important as per usual.
As per usual. Vancouver, a little impale into the brush there. Blind, but a nice afterburn. Israel is up here. It's going to force the self fountain onto Vancouver. Dorcas drops that gauntlet, maybe regretting the decision to do so. It's not the end of the world just yet, though. Israel misses the core collapse. Really will follow, but at the end of the exchange, everything's fine for both teams. Although, True Ambition, a bit of a disadvantage here, so they're gonna have to wait for that fountain.
Well, right now, core collapse is doing a lot of pressure onto True Ambition, forcing him away from the turret.
That turret, one more Helio. Yeah, there went Supernova, and it's actually a lot of damage coming out there. Israel is going to try and get backwards. That's the fountain coming out. They didn't expect that. The Solar Storm as well, and they're going to lose their Black Feather. This is a game. You look at, some of the Black Feathers we saw earlier, building very defensively early. This one is very offensively focused, and he just got melted.
Yeah, you expect to be a defensive build from here. Kind of the standard Black Feather build has generally been, the Serpent's Mask breaking point and then a whole bunch of tanky items. So it just hasn't quite got online. As you see Vancouver thinking about this steal. Ooh.
Pretty close there. Vancouver dips the shop. He's going to grab out some war treads. Does not clear out the jungle shop bush, so the scout trap remains. That's a big failure that I notice in a lot of Challenger Series teams. Every time you move through one of these bushes, you should be clearing it out, making sure that your opponent does not have that vision down. It's just knowing where this team is rotating is so important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Vision wins games, especially at this level, and that's going to be a nice block by Fateless to prevent the afterburn from possibly setting up another kill.
Nice impale. Vancouver frontlining for his team. Fateless trying to find position here. It's going to be a boots forward with the stealth. It's too late for you. He's going to be able to find the kill onto Iron for Yellow. Very nice job to go ahead and pull the trigger and engage there. Impale's going to land. Get in walls. Dorcas backwards. That's the gauntlet down. They find the kill. Israel tries to afterburn in to find his own. It's not going to be enough. One shot, one miss. It connected onto the turret, but that wasn't the target. Israel's going to hang around, but kind of feels like he should just back out of this one, but I don't know.
True Ambition able to find themselves a couple of kills here. Oh, you need to be careful there. Israel stepping pretty far forward, but aren't gonna take that bait just yet. So a couple kills going back the way of True Ambition, finally getting a little bit of footing, a little bit of confidence going their way. Oh, but what a kill.
Yeah, Fateless just got wrecked. Vancouver, you're in a bad place. He's gonna sell Fountain. It feels like True Ambition just kind of falling apart right now. I mean, at no point do they feel like they had advantage, although Israel with a wild afterburn there, that's not the one you wanted. Dorcas is going to be stunned up. Crystal Sentry getting a little bit of this business. It's too late for you. Trying to throw out those glimmers. Keep Iron Fear low at range. Do not let this Celeste move in. Start getting these Helios down in good position. Oh, and I still forward. It's too late for you. Felt like I could have lit the Celeste up, but maybe feeling a little bit scared that she might get backed up. Fateless is now here. He's going to jump forward onto Dorcas. Core collapse lands. Fateless taking a lot of damage. Rose defensive. Iron Fear low is booted up in place for a second. Trying to get back. Fateless can't get the kill. Can't get on the target. No, it's too late for you. He's trying to move backwards. That Scout Trap is actually down. Vancouver finds Giphy involved by a little bit more time. Solar Storm comes through. No Fountain. 5 more seconds. Lance is going to fall. It's too late for you. It's trying to find an active camo there. Maybe potentially. One shot, one kill! Nice.
What a play from It's Too Late For You. I mean, I was at first I was like, wait, why aren't they just taking that stun to try and get away? But then realized that they're invisible. However, a nice gauntlet gonna lock up Fateless for a bit.
Oh, dude, it feels like Fateless is just, I don't know. He can't do anything right now.
He's playing a bit too aggressive for what his items are affording him at the moment and where his teammates are. Like, that's a situation where, your teammates aren't around you at all. One of them still, is back at base. Like, you shouldn't really be going quite so aggressive in that situation, but he's able to get out of there this time.
Well, 13 minutes into this one. 8-3 in favor of TH and Envy. They're looking pretty strong at this point. They're going to move in from the south side, trying to find an engagement here. 2-man impale. Double Githian wall. Israel is on. It's too late for you. This is the weapon glaive on the Kestrel doing good work. Iron Fearlo taking a lot of damage. Throws out the Solar Storm. And Fateless find the damage that he needs. A nice move backwards. Iron Fearlo doing all right. Israel's back in. Afterburn finds the kill onto Fateless. True Ambition just cannot put it together. Another fight going the way of TH and Envy.
And so much of this is on the back of Israel, able to just completely isolate the Kestrel in that situation. Chases her down, hunts down the kill, comes back in, helps to finish off the Black Feather as well. And just really great play coming out of this weapon-powered glaive. They do get the immense gold payout. Dorcas gonna be in trouble now.
Vancouver's in trouble.
That's what I meant, yeah.
He's gonna turn around with a little cheeky impale. I like it. No fear, just impale. He dips down to the shop. What's he gonna do? Grabs the crucible. Doesn't clear out the scout trap again. Vancouver. Okay, he's gonna throw down his own scout trap. Should realize there's vision. We'll do it now. We'll see, team. Anybody watching, you don't need to have vision to make that movement to clear that scout trap. You just rotate a little horseshoe around that wall, clear it out. He's gonna clear this out of the left shot bush as well. And Israel realizes he's in a bad position. Will get himself out of that one.
Yeah, and actually, hold on, because we might have another fight. Nope, looks like they're backing off. With what you were saying with that movement, like, that movement takes so little time that it's literally insignificant. Like, something like the Tri-Brush, it takes a little bit longer to walk fully around the Tri-Brush to check it for traps, but that one right there in particular, you should make that movement every single time because it is just such a quick move.
Yeah, especially, like, surprising your opponents with your item choice. Oh, gauntlet down, hold that thought. Vancouver's gonna go ahead and get it. Time for your low fighting from range, just dropping these Helios. Whoosh, that was a lot of damage. Fateless. I'm gonna have trouble here, yeah. Good call. That Fountain's been burned for True Ambition here. TH and Envy once again in pole position. It looks like I'm Freelo just wants to teleport out of this one. Get back, fully regen up, pick up some items. And he has Frostburn, Eve, and Broken Myth.
Free item Celeste. This is a very big power spike for her. This is where Celeste is like wants to be at all times. So she's gonna be pretty comfortable and able to stay at a massive range. Hasn't really been in trouble for most of this game. TH and Envy have been doing a good job of capitalizing on that. Kraken obviously now available for about a minute. So should be seeing both teams put a lot of focus towards the center of the map. Neither side wants to give that objective up.
Infusion on the Celeste, infusion on the Black Feather. A little rotation around the Kraken pit here. Both teams looking for positioning. Israel wants to isolate that Kestrel if possible. Let's see, Fateless with the on point just poking.
TH and Envy, just beautiful rotation, forcing their opponents down and just immediately go overtake them with the turret.
Yeah, very quickly take the turret. Israel, he's got It's Too Late for You one more time. His chase, but on the backside, it's I'm Free Low going toe-to-toe with Fateless. The Solar Storm comes through. Fateless can't find the target. It's Too Late for You was able to get out of that one. Gauntlet comes down, stuns up the Lance. The Afterburn backwards. Fateless is down. That's 2 versus 3. True Ambition cannot chase. They cannot fight here. If they get caught, it's going to be bad. Vancouver knocked back. What? Have I ever seen it? Far. My goodness. Gonna impale himself back into the base for the Helio hits. That's the damage that he needed. I didn't know if that was Helio or it went Supernova. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, that one went Supernova. It was 2 Helios went over the wall to hit him there.
That's crazy. It's too late for you. It might be a little too late for you this game. Down 10k, 17 minutes in. A little bit different story than game 2.
Yeah, just a little different, as now the side of TH and Envy, you know, they didn't get an ace there, so they didn't get that massive regen buff, but they could still look to try and start off Kraken if they want, but it doesn't look like they're terribly interested in that just yet. You have now 3 items completed for the Glaive as well, sitting on the Sorrow Blade, Breaking Point, and Tyrant's Monocle. So again, just going for those crits, going for that AoE, you know, massive, just jump on someone, isolate them, get them stuck in a position where they can't join the fight, and if they do manage to get back into the fight, you're going to be hitting all 3 members of the opposing team. It's a very difficult thing to deal with, is a blade that's gotten ahead.
Yeah, he's doing great right now. The Tyrant's Monocle is just so scary with that breaking point. Ah, he's found the Kestrel again. She's trapped inside the gauntlet side of this one. They're moving forward very aggressively. Fateless thinks about getting into the back lines onto the Celeste here. Gonna miss with the on point. Uh-oh, Kestrel repositioned with the Afterburn. She tries to turn around, gets that camera down. She's still alive. She's gonna be able to get enough. I'm Free Low is gonna throw out that Solar Storm. Nice work landing onto 2. Fateless will go down. It's too late for you. He's gonna try to teleport out with the Scout Trap down. Oh no, it's the ace. It's a disaster here. True Ambition losing the fight, and it looks like this is a very good chance that this is going to be game. Yep.
This is 100% game.
Yep.
Ace buff minions coming into the base. The barrier's going to get stripped down. 20 plus seconds on the respawns with all 3 members here. THN Envy, after one of the most ridiculous games we have ever seen across all of competitive Vainglory, they are going to complete the comeback. They dropped game 1, but managed to pick up games 2 and 3, and they will have their life extended once again in this Challenger tournament.
All right, man. I said it when it started. If they made it through, I would say they're the real deal. I'll say they're the real deal as far as this is a team that you cannot lay down on. This is a team that you cannot, you know, disrespect at all in your drafts and your play. They're going to find a way to take advantage of it. They definitely have signs of weakness that they need to improve on, but this is a very strong team overall.
Gentlemen, that is TH and Envy. They do complete their success story. We followed them for 2 rounds. It was definitely a little bit more hard fought at the end of this loser bracket for them. And congratulations to TH and Envy for making their way through. I mean, I was impressed. I think you're right. There's definitely huge weaknesses in their game that they'll want to patch up before heading towards the knockout stages and the real deal end of the Vainglory League spring split. But they were fantastic in this series, and really impressive in that last game as well. Israel looks like he's far more comfortable with the glaive, by the way. So he looked a little bit more comfortable on that than the alpha that we saw him on earlier. Just got a bit of an update for you as well off the back of this. It was Team Queso faced XL Esports. If you don't remember XL Esports, it is a new iteration of a roster that lost to SK Gaming in a challenge battle, I believe. I think they made it all the way up to the challenge battles last year. So they were definitely a team that was really sort of high up in the expectations, but they are out now. They're out the loser bracket, and Team Queso moves on in that loser bracket. Now, tomorrow we are going to be having more games, obviously, at the same time, same place, 1800 CET. And that's going to be more losers bracket and more winner bracket, I believe. And we're going to find out who makes it to the playoffs tomorrow. So you have to come and tune in to make sure you see all the teams who are going to be heading forward in the next few weeks to make it to the big playoff stages, ready to take on those challenge battles. Let's have a quick look at what we've seen today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a little look over at this bracket, and we can see actually just got to update the scores at the end here. It was True Ambition versus TH and Envy, and the TBAs, that should be TH and Envy winning 2-1 here at the end, and they really put us into a really great series. They beat Team Element Ice 2-0 previously, and then we saw them come through this loser bracket as well. So tomorrow, if you tune in at the same time, same place, we'll be going through the rest of the group stages, deciding who makes it to the playoff stages, and we're ready to move into the next phase of the tournament. It is going to be really cool, and obviously we want to see who makes it towards that big, prize of those European VG8 Challenger battles. I know Humanist has kind of passed out from exhaustion, but Tasty Bacon, it's been wonderful having you here. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. How have you found it? It's been a really intense set of games.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. The games that we had today, a couple of really strong showings. Looking forward to seeing a couple of the other winners bracket games that are left to play out tomorrow. As again, the further along we get, the better the games are going to be as the level of competition continues to increase.
Absolutely, it's going to be fantastic. Now, this is going to be it from us today, ladies and gentlemen, from myself, from Tasty, obviously Blueberries behind the scene, and Humanist. We are done until tomorrow, so we'll see you then. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll look forward to the conclusion of the group stages of the VGL Spring Split tomorrow at 1800 or 6 o'clock Central European Time. See you soon.
1, 2, 3. きた